Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning into a brand new season of Shabaka'S Blacc Experience Enhanced. I'm your host, Chan Kruma. We're joined with our other host, our co-host, Shabaka Sankori, who the show is named after and has been with us since the very beginning. And Lady Che is also with us, our other host. And on this season 11, episode 2 of Shabaka'S Blacc Experience Enhanced, in conjunction with the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is we lost the elder and great woman by the name of Miss Viola Ford Fletcher. The oldest Tulsa Race Survivor passes away at age 111 years old. A justice denied. Then we lost another elder by the name of H. Rap Brown, the former Blacc Panther leader, who changed his name to Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin. Who passed away at age 82 this past Saturday in a prison hospital. Then Trump, aka the dump, as in Human Chit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
Absolutely.
Darryl Strawberry, former NLB baseball player. Then we got Letitia James and James Comey indictment cases dropped and closed. Trump administration plans to appeal. And if we have time, the dump, as in Human Chit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Recently accused a group of Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior and suggested it was punishable by death. Shabaka'S Blacc Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Blacc Panther Party for self-defense. It started on Blogtalk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 10 seasons now. Shabaka'S Blacc
You've been on that long, man?
11 seasons now. It's been 11 seasons.
We put some work in on this.
Shabaka'S Blacc Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blogtalk Radio to Streamyard. Please make sure you can share the broadcast. Please join us on Streamyard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including the Frontline Blacc News, Frontline Blacc News 2, my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma, the RBA, Lady Che's channel, the Revolutionary Agenda, Jay Militant's channel, was Cracking TV with Jay Militant, Kukizi's channel, the brother that usually does our intro track when we're on a paid StreamYard subscription. His YouTube is in the description. The Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. His link is in the description. And he did an awesome piece on Viola Fletcher that I'm more than likely going to play because it was really good earlier today. And then our last but starting not least, we got our brother Black Truth United. His YouTube, excuse me, I keep saying GoFundMe. His YouTube is in the description. And also, he's the one that came up with the B1 Rolodex. It's the modern day green book. That link to businesses is in the description. The link for the B1 Rolodex is also in the description. The petition for reparations, the change.org petition, is in the description. Our town business, Oaktown, Oakland, brother Black Truth, Black Voltron Reloaded, who we laid to rest about a month ago. His GoFundMe is in the description. Davion Canty, the Black student who's expelled or withdrawn from the Texas University for mocking the death of racist white supremacist Charlie Kirk, his GoFundMe is in the description. Our brother Greg Marcel Dixon out of South Carolina, who ran against Jimbo Jangles twice. His GoFundMe is in the description. Chicago family whose mom was attacked by students. GoFundMe is also in the description. And last but certainly not least, we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. It's also in the description. Also, PukeTube. We have copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use. For purpose, criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9-10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And that's by the great Neely Fuller Jr., who he didn't like to be called great. So Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned back in February of this year, 2025, produced Justice.com. He was 95 years old. And when you person are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr., produced Justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the great Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned back in January of 2016. And our good brother Tariq Nasheed paid for her funeral, along with several other heavyweight scholars at the time, such as Dick Gregory, Renoko Rashidi, and he might have paid for Paul Mooney's funeral too. So, yeah.
Paul Mooney, what happened to Paul Mooney? He bought it.
Remember, he died. Remember, Paul Mooney died.
Oh man, yeah, the comedian.
Yeah, he died like right before the scandemic.
Oh, okay, that's right. He sure did. And I'm in the process of trying to hook up this Bluetooth right here. Because, my headset fried.
Oh, he paid for Dr. Ben's funeral, too.
Okay. All right.
Then Dr. Ben Yakin, you remember Dr. Ben Yakin?
Yeah, I remember Dr. Ben.
Yeah, he paid for his funeral, too. So, yeah.
And then, of course, we had Dr. Amos Wilson, who wrote the blueprint for the Black Power.
What? No, it's not what I'm looking for. No, I'm looking for this. I'm looking for the sound card. Oh. This is for the speaker. I'm trying to set this equipment up. But yeah, so Viola Fletcher passed away. Shabaka, what are your thoughts on that? On getting this stuff set up.
Okay, yeah, set it up, man.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
Go to me first. I don't want to say too much until after you show the thing, but I had been saying that we're lucky that we met one of them, one of the surviving elders right before they passed away.
Yeah, Van Hughes Ellis.
Yeah, so we're lucky to met
her brother.
I said that the last little thing that they tried to do in Tulsa was a nothing burger. Anything that is required of beautifying your situation is nearly nothing. It's not reparation. It's not repair. And I also said that they were going to stall this. They were going to stall these people out until death, basically out of sight, out of mind. And which I don't know how that's going to work if Mrs. Fletcher had any descendants there to continue the fight. I think it's a fucking travesty, and they shouldn't have kept denying them every time they went to court, and have it go ahead and relive this traumatic experience that they had to experience as small babies. I found it to be one of those ugly offenses. You know what I mean? And rest in power. And I want to hear more about what I want to hear what you're gonna show this. Okay. I found out 2 days ago, but I have been I had major migraines and stuff, so I haven't been online. So right now I'm reading it and watching it as everybody talks about it. But I'm highly disgusted. And the mayor there was the one that came up with, or was the one talking about that cockamamie repair.
That Tulsa fund.
Yeah, the Tulsa fund, the beautifying process, or whatever was it. That's not cash lineage-based cash payments.
Right.
That's not repair.
No, it's not.
And it was just placating and platitudes until the end, which I find just absolutely disruptive, in my opinion.
Well, okay. Well, you got to keep in mind, as we've been saying over the years, Lady Che, they want to keep us marginalized. They want to keep us hypnotized. They want us to keep us ignorant to ourselves, regardless of what work that we did throughout the whole world. And also, too, I'm still waiting on Ashwa to get back with me. Okay, but I am going to hit Dr. Kwesi again because I know he's busy, and what have you. So, I'm going to stay on his helmet until I get a response from him. But however, when you look at the history of this country in regard to Black people, okay, and you have to look at all those that made the ultimate sacrifice from the civil rights movement to the Black empowerment era to the Blacc Panthers. You see what I'm saying? What they did to a
Liberation Army, to the
Revolutionary
Action Commandos, RAM.
The Revolutionary Action Movement.
The Revolutionary Action Movement. Thank you, Shabaka. The Revolutionary Action. There was the Commandos too. There was the Mailman. There was Moob.
And you saw what they did to move. And then keep in mind, and I'm putting it out there, is that keep in mind in 1985 it was Wilson Good who told the Black police commissioner, Willie Williams, to drop the bomb on the Move House. Say, so when you get these brain dead, ass scratching,
Muhammad, Dr. Elijah Muhammad, Dr. Amos Wilson,
right? Also too,
Neely Fuller Jr.,
Dr. Shahrazad Ali.
Yep. Well, she's still alive, but yes, definitely. Yes.
Yeah. And then also too, is that when I was in Panthertown, and if y'all ever get a chance to go to Oakland, definitely stop by the museum. Now, the problem is that Sheila Jackson Lee, who's the mayor of Oakland, people, she's playing this damn.
Sheila Jackson Lee is dead. You mean Barbara Lee?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Barbara Lee. I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction, brother. She's playing a bullshit game up there in Oakland, California, where you got to pay $30 a day to park for normal business hours. Now, what she's doing is, rather she realized it or not, and I'm thinking she realizes it more so than not, is that there is killing commerce in the city of Oakland. You see what I mean? Is because here you got a person who might want to go to a donut shop, a Starbucks, or what have you. Oh, but I got to pay $30
Mac
to
in
park.
The building. Salute, Mac.
Salute, Mac.
Yeah, hey, Mac 285. Okay.
I'm glad he got better.
Okay. And that there is kind of productive to businesses in the city of Oakland. You see what I mean? Okay. Is because hey, Mac 285. And the reason why it's kind of productive because I go up there and park my vehicle. They saying $30 a day after 2 hours, right? So quite naturally, of course, I'm going to be out there within an hour. You see what I mean? It's because they got those
after you're done with the Shabaka, I'm going to play the clip.
Yeah, okay. And they got, these damn Google cars up there. You know what I'm saying? Do not get in one of them motherfuckers at all.
So now you done went off in a tangent. Them damn Google cars. You know how Shabaka is with them damn Google cars.
I'm gonna send one to his door.
Yeah, they got you driving around in circles.
Jack in the Box.
We're gonna send a Waymo. It's gonna have a Jack in the Box in
it. and I told you I go to lunch out here last year, man. You know what I'm saying? Me and a friend of mine, so we go to one of the hotels, have lunch. It's a damn robot, man, that's bringing us the damn food. And then get a load of this. Then the damn robot comes back and says he want a tip. I told the robot, fuck you. You ain't human. I ain't giving you shit. How the fuck the robot gonna ask for it? Yeah.
Like Short Circuit. You remember Short Circuit?
I've heard of it, but I never saw it.
You never saw the movie Short Circuit? Oh my God. Okay. So
I heard of it, but I never saw.
Okay.
And then, the robot is coming up here, with this nano shit. And I'm saying, hey, robot, you ain't. Yeah, I say, robot, you not human. So you don't deserve a tip. You know what I'm saying? And told the robot, fuck you. And I hope whoever.
Do not compute.
Did it fuck you too?
Did it close his hand? Did it close his lid and say F you too?
And Mama?
Nope. It just closed his lid and went on about his business, And I told the manager, I said, look, man, if there was a human being right there, I would have had no problem giving a tip, but I ain't tipping no damn robot. Shit,
And then they would, I don't know what they would have. They would have charged you with. I don't know what the hell charged you with something.
He just wanted to fill up my
oh no!
survey
She
box.
Blew up one of our robots.
No, I would blow.
Yeah, see, you are not required to give a tip. Now here's something for you.
Oh no, we don't have time for it.
it.
I gotta play the clip. You were supposed to finish your thought, and then I'm supposed to play the clip.
Oh yeah. To finish my thought is fuck the robot.
Okay.
The oldest known living survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre has died at age 111. Viola Ford Fletcher. You're seeing former President Obama sending out a tweet today saying, as a survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre, Viola Ford Fletcher bravely shared her story so that we never forget this painful part of our history. Michelle and I are grateful for her lifelong work, advance in civil rights, and send our love to her family. So we have a special show tonight. Joining me now is Terry Bacc, often called the mayor of Greenwood for his work preserving the district's history. Let me go ahead and put him on screen right now. There he goes. Thank you so much for joining us out here. And also for people that don't know this is essentially Black Wall Street, another name for it. Now, reports say that she was one of the last people alive who witnessed the 1921 massacre firsthand. What part of her journey really captures the weight which she carried around for all of these years, Terry?
I believe it's just, her legacy of, letting the world know that she was, part of it, and that she survived it, and that, that she kept moving forward in life, although she went through such a tragedy as the massacre, and she was able to survive it.
Yes, and then also, too, I wanted to put some pictures on the screen as well for people to see. This is her right here, and you took these pictures. You met her in person. As viewers see these pictures, what kind of person was she to the Tulsa community?
I mean, she not only a treasure to Tulsa, but she's seen where President Barack Obama, sent his condolences. She was a national treasure. She went all the way to the Capitol to sit down in front of Congress and let Congress know what took place in her life and how she withstood the massacre and all. So she was a national treasure, not only Tulsa treasure, but she was a national treasure.
I was also reading as well that many survivors remained silent over the years. Now they are speaking out publicly here. Why was it so difficult for them to speak about the trauma that they endured?
I mean, that's just what trauma do to you. How many we know that that really just come out and just, you have to, that's a lot, man. I hate to put it this way. No, I ain't gonna say I hate it. Just think about what go on in Gaza. 40 years from now, just think those people gonna tell their trauma, but they're not talking about it right now. It was just so much. I mean, it was a lot to take in. I just want to add that of May 2024, I was a keynote speaker in Stockton, California, and we were just talking about this, how people would they wouldn't tell what happened to them in life, right? And this lady who was 80 last May, 2024, last May, got up and stopped me and said, now I know why my mother left Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know, people just don't talk about it. They didn't talk about it. It wasn't nothing to talk about, you know. They just kept all the hurt and pain within them. But I believe as they was going on in life, they had to eventually say something. You know what I mean?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Just in case people aren't familiar with this, the 1921 massacre was in Tulsa's Greenwood community. This was on May 31st, 1921. It was a thriving Black-owned business district that was essentially just laid to waste. The next question I wanted to ask you as well is that many people still understand the long-term economic and psychological fallout of the massacre. I don't believe they understand it. What part of the impact is most often overlooked? Because I visited that community, I believe, last year, and it does seem like it's thriving now, but it was way different in its heyday.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like by 1925, the community was fully functioning. But just imagine Tulsa being the oil capital of the world up until the 1980s. Well, they don't understand the resilience of the people, that had the people rebuilt once again back in Greenwood, and Tulsa being the oil capital of the world. And that, I mean, I like to say that if you ever been to Beale Street and Bourbon Street, just imagine it at one place. You know what I mean? And so the people, it was just so much life in Greenwood. Like it was a real place. It was really real.
If you're just joining us now, I'm speaking with Terry Bach. It's about the passing of the oldest Tulsa Race Massacre survivor and what her life represents to Greenwood in the Tulsa area. You were looking at video of her right now. Something else that kind of just crossed my mind as well is young people.
That's the photograph I saw. Look at that.
What should they take away from her legacy and the urgency to preserve those remaining stories that are going out? Because I just learned that, as we know right now, there's only one living survivor of the massacre, Leslie Benningfield Randall, who's 111 as well, which is amazing. But what do you believe young people could take away from this?
I think the young people can take away that there was a legacy left for them to carry on, right? Even myself, you know, the legacy that I have to carry on. You know, for me, I'm a Skokie Creek, right? My family, my great grandfather, he was started a town, one of the 50 Black towns that was in Oklahoma at the time in the early 1900s and the late 1800s, Huttonville, Oklahoma. His name was Joe Hutton Sr. And so that legacy lives on through me. And I believe that the same way that as it lives on through me, it will live on through other young people that they realize they have a cause and an effect in life to keep it moving and keep it going.
Well, you definitely have brought a wealth of knowledge, of course, to the national platform. I appreciate you coming on. Also, too, how can people research? I know you have a plethora of information when it comes to Black Wall Street and the Tulsa Massacre in 1921.
Right. Yeah. It just, like when I was young, I always sat at the feet of, the elders. And so I just sat and soaked it all in, you know what I mean? Like, I just grasped it, heard the stories and tell the stories of, because one thing to be told that the massacre itself is a real Tulsa story, right? But the story of Greenwood is like a different story. It's like, like what we did in Greenwood and how we lived in Greenwood and, who was significant to us. There's something in Greenwood, a memorial to a guy by the name of William Bill Spiller. Now, we didn't heard of Charlie Seaford in golf, and we didn't heard of Lee Elder, we didn't heard of Tiger Woods, but William Bill Spiller was actually the first Black man that crossed the color line in golf from Tulsa, Oklahoma. They come through the massacre, you see what I mean? They graduated from Booker T. Washington High School in 1936. So, so there's so many stories to tell pertaining to people who came through and did great things, not only locally, but globally as well.
There you go. Well, Terry, thank you so much. And if you want to know information, you can go to tourofblackwallstreet.com to read upon his website. But again, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time, the interview, and my prayers to go out to the Tulsa community.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. My name is that. Okay. Yeah. My name is Viola Ford Fletcher. I'm the daughter of Lucinda Ellis and John Wesley Ford of Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm the sister of Hughes Van Ellis, who's also here today. I'm a survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre. 2 weeks ago, I celebrated my 107th birthday. Today, I'm visiting Washington, D.C. for the first time in my life. I'm here seeking justice, and I'm asking my country to acknowledge what happened in Tulsa in 1921. On May 31st in 21, I went to bed in my family's home in Greenwood, neighbors of Tulsa. The neighborhood I felt asleep in that night was rich, not just in terms of wealth, but in culture, community, heritage, and my family had a beautiful home. We had great neighbors, and I had friends to play with. I felt safe. I had everything a child could need. I had a bright future ahead of me. Greenwood could, Still, Greenwood should have given me the chance to truly make it in this country. Within a few hours, all of that was gone. The night of the massacre, I was awakened by my family. My parents and 5 siblings were there. I was told we had to leave, and that was it. I will never forget the violence of the white mob when we left our home. I still see Black men being shot, Black bodies lying in the street. I still smell smoke and see fire. I still see Black businesses being burned. I still hear airplanes flying overhead. I hear the screams. I have lived through the massacre every day. Our country may forget this history, but I cannot. I will not. And other survivors do not. And our descendants do not. When my family was forced to leave Tulsa, I lost my chance of an education. I never finished school past the 4th grade. I have never made much money in my country. State and city took a lot from me. Despite this, I spent time supporting the war effort in the shipyards of California. But most of my life, I was a domestic worker serving white families. I never made much money, but to this day, I can barely afford my everyday needs. All the while, the city of this Tulsa have unjustly used the names and stories of victims like me to enrich myself and its white allies through the 30s million raised by the Tulsa Centennial Commissioner while I was continued to live in poverty. I am a 107-year-old and have never seen justice. I pray that one day I will. I have been blessed with a long life and have seen the best and the worst of this country. I think about the horror inflicted upon Black people in this country every day. This subcontinued committee has the power to lead us down a better path. I'm asking that my country acknowledge what has been happened to me, the traumas and the pain, the loss, and I ask the survivors and descendants to be given a chance to seek justice, open the door. All of you know how easy it is to deny that a violent mob threatened your lives and took your property. For 70 years, the city of Tulsa and its stream of chumers told us that the massacre didn't happen, like we didn't see it with our own eyes. You have me here right now. You see Mother Randall, you see my brother Hughes Van Ellis. We live this history and we can't ignore it. It's our lives with us. Oh my goodness. We lost everything that day, our homes, our churches, our newspapers, our theaters, our lives. Greenwood represented all the best of what was possible for Black people in America and for all the people. No one cared about us for almost 100 years. We and our history have been forgotten, washed away. This Congress must recognize us and our history. For Black America, for the white Americans, and for all Americans, that's some justice. I guess was that it. Thank you.
Do you want to say anything else?
Well, on that note right there, people.
There are public schools that are blocks away from where this happened, and there are kids that have no idea that this happened, that this horrible, racist, vicious massacre of hundreds of people happened right there in their city.
They would like to forget it ever happened.
Okay, Shabaka, I'm back. I had to do some cleaning Lady Chase bathroom.
Okay.
So I'm back.
Okay. Well, I wrote up there in the chat, is that like what the sisters was speaking of right there, what she lived through. Okay. This is going to be the kind of crap that I'm going to go through.
Shabaka, we met her brother, Hughes Van Ellis. We met him right before he died. The same year he died, we met him. He was 102 at the time.
Wow, they had longevity on their side for real.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is going to be
Shabaka. So my godmother, who I've discussed with you before, she's from Tulsa, Oklahoma. She was born a few years after. She was born a few years after the Tulsa Race Massacre. Miss Stagger. Her and my godfather, they have a barbershop on 5 Points, the oldest barbershop on 5 Points. Afro styling barbershop. They've been down there for almost 60 years. They're from Greenwood, Asher, and Pine, and they're in their late 80s, early 90s.
Okay. So that means that they were born in the late 1920s, 1930s era.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like 1925.
Okay. At the height of Prohibition. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. And then, just like I put up here in the chat room, is that
I think they was born the same year as Nellie Fuller Jr. Nellie Fuller Jr. was born in 1929, the same year the Great Depression, the stock market crash.
Right, and also too the same year the same Valentine's Day massacre in Chicago.
Yep. That year too.
Okay, and I put up here in the chat room that Southern California had all the aircraft manufacturing plants because all the shipyards were in Vallejo, Richmond, what have you, over there off of Frisco Bay.
And as you know, San Francisco, Hunters Point.
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, you remember when we was with that other network that I did the live feed from there?
Yeah, Seiko, he He used to work on the Navy shipyards.
Oh, okay. All righty. And then, of course, too, we do know about the devastation that happened there with the ammunition plant that blew up there.
You're talking about in Chicago.
Pittsburgh.
What is it called? No, wasn't it Chicago? The Chicago something. What was it called? The Chicago something.
Okay. Let's get back to Tulsa real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Letitia.
Real fast about Tulsa. You know, when she did that hearing, I was captivated. I was like right there watching that shit. It disturbed me. It still kind of does now because she is saying that, you know, she didn't that she worked for white people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, cleaning and whatnot.
Yeah. After that, she had to
all that, right? And that was like, God damn, man, like still, you know.
And they were told not to talk about it for years.
They told not to talk about it, right? And then so when like I remember when you did that little video about it, and you're down
Port
there.
Chicago, that's what I was thinking of.
And you're down there.
Port Chicago. Yeah, that's where the ammunition blew up at.
Yeah.
There was no real, you know, like no real place placards or nothing that, you know, said anything or really was there, you know, for the burning of it down and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
And what really disturbed me is that they like I said that one day at city council, they love to watch black people beg and deny legitimately. And
them bastards said we lost.
Her whole speech right there, or what she written down, her thoughts. It was like in one ear, out the other.
They said we lost. Them crackers. I've been arguing with these crackers all day about this shit. They was like, yeah, y'all lost the massacre. I said, y'all, I was also telling them, I said, the only reason why you won that massacre is because you had the help of the United States government and the United States military.
Exactly. You say, and then on top of it as well, too, is that when they had the rebellion in Los Angeles in 1992 that I've lived through,
well,
the classic saying was
the 60s.
Yeah, that was 1965. I've lived through that there too. Shit, I lived through two of them. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Okay, is that the Watts riot situation? That was mainly contained in South Central and in the Watts area. But the 1992 rebellion in Los Angeles, that shit went city-wide.
Yeah.
And I remember all this smoke that you see right here. I remember I was living in a building in the northern part of LA by the Hollywood sign. I went out on a roof and I saw about 10 times the amount of smoke that you see right here.
Damn.
Yeah, that shit was on fire.
Yeah, it was. You see what I mean? And then it lasted for 3 days, you know what I mean? They sent in the National Guard, you know, and then old Daryl Gates, you know, everybody was saying get rid of his asses because due to his racism and his shit, you know, read a book called Chief and you would just see just how psychotic that bastard really was. Fuck Daryl Gates, okay? And then
Back then,
and then they had the audacity. Now, here's the insulting part: is that then they had Rodney King get up there and say, "Can we just get along?"
Shabaka, what does that have to do with Tulsa?
Okay, I'm talking about a pattern in this country, Brother Che, of the riots, of the killings of us. Of the degradation of us.
I mean, we could go down the line, Shabaka. I mean, we got Rosewood, we have Wilmington, all of those happened before this.
Yeah, but
St. Louis was burnt to the ground. Chicago, New York.
Yeah.
I mean, basically every major city
New Jersey.
Before this even happened, but the difference between this and those was the U.S. government actually bombed this city from the air. This is the first time the U.S. government had ever bombed the city from the air.
And then it was
the first aerial bombing. And then, of course, as you know, over the years, the research that we did is that the Supreme Court of the state of Oklahoma is going to say that they don't believe we ain't supposed to get the reparations.
Yeah, when they bomb
not only for the Tulsa situation, but for the bondage that we've been through all along. Well, that did happen so long ago, but as I put it out there, nobody has came back and denied the fact that that wealth that we put into this country initially got parlayed again and again and again and again and again. And nobody ever wants
reparations for all of that. But what they do is they try a weight game. They try to weigh this out, like Lady Trey was saying.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They want us.
Hold on, Shabaka, let Lady Trey go.
Just think about it, just from that. 111 years of the Mayapa or just even in general the Black Holocaust. That was like what it was for them. 111 fucking years, and to go going to court back and forth, and to be working for the same individual that burned your family's whole life down. Not just your family, but your family's people, friends. Anything. Their ambitions, their livelihood.
105 years, Lady Trey.
105. Excuse me, 105. Can you imagine? And then only to be placated to by some young brother talking about, we're gonna do this and that, and then he disappeared off into the madness. Like we didn't hear nothing that happened anytime recently with Tulsa, right? It's been like 6-7 months.
Yeah.
If not more. Right.
All we heard was about that Tulsa fund.
Right. And that was nothing for it. So like in this regard, there's only one more left. You're right, there was one more left. Yeah. And I think the next one you're playing just with their brother. That brother is an ugly, goofy looking ass.
Yeah.
But I just say, real shit though, Shabaka, like we could talk about massacres and all that shit that they have never been made. And they went up. How many times they went up for the to the court and the trial for whomever? You know what I mean?
And several times under the Biden administration, and the Biden administration had the House and the Senate.
How mad do you think everybody in Oklahoma is right now?
Very furious. They should be very furious. You see how jihad is. Yeah. Imagine the whole state of jihads.
Well, John was mad about a couple of different things.
Yeah.
With that's like the icing on top of the cake.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then on top of it, too,
like if they're descendants of the Ellis Fletcher family.
Yeah.
They should be able to.
Well, the grandson wrote a book called "Don't Bury My Story."
Sounds nice. That's a good ass title.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's a problem solving thing right here that somebody has an answer to, because you can't just walk away now after the sister passed away.
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
we got to continue to fight.
Like
that's what she wanted. This is a justice denied. Right. 105 years of justice denied.
Right.
That's just one example of justice denied.
Yeah.
But a very long testament of justice, because they try to say, that was so long ago, but and there's nobody still living that was affected. No, there's still people there's still at least one person still living that was affected.
Right. And then you got to look at what does this do to us as a people generationally afterwards. You see, so when something else like this here happens, they're going to sit there and tell you, well, just remember the people who went through this, the Tulsa Race Riot, who went through 1992, who went through the Watts Riot, who went through the riots in Cleveland.
Remember the Holocaust. Don't ever forget the Holocaust. Remember the Holocaust. Remember
exactly.
9/11. Remember 9/11. Don't forget 9/11.
Exactly.
But when it comes to our massacres and our Holocaust, that was so long ago.
And then they come to you And then they come to you with this diversionary tactic, and you heard me, Brother Che, over the years that we've been doing this here together, go in on fools like that. Well, what about black on black crime? Idiots.
Oh, white on white crime.
Thank you. Now, there you go. Now, glad you brought that up. Okay. Now, let's look at the shootouts that these white supremacist gangs.
Yeah, you talking about the gangs in New York. Go ahead, Letitia.
This don't got nothing to do with what we're talking about, though. Because this is like serious, like with the reparations, like you know, what could happen now, or like what's possibilities. We already know all that other stuff. It's just like right now, Tulsa's probably you know real upset, Oklahoma all together.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And Oklahoma
gotta be a different solution.
Was the state with the most black towns.
Also, too, it's another reason why reparations is so important. If she had the right money, she could have got a better legal representation.
Well, it was on the punk ass legislation.
You know what I mean?
It was the punk ass Supreme Court. Remember the Supreme Court in Oklahoma refused to do anything about it, and then the Biden administration refused to do anything about it when they had every opportunity for 4 years to do something about it, but they wanted to use them as a prop to get votes.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then what they don't realize is that the reparations money is only going to get resubmerged into the American economy anyway.
That's what they are expecting, Shabaka. What they're not expecting is it not getting resubmerged into the economy. And black people doing what you've been saying for the longest, doing for self and being self-sufficient. That's why they're not getting reparations. If it was just going to get stimulated into the economy, they would have been done gave the reparations, because they'd be like, "Oh, we're going to get it all back."
But keep in mind, oh brother Che, if they were to do that, the black businesses would still have to pay taxes to the IRS, so that's still a benefit to the U.S. as a whole.
It would have to be with a tax-free exemption. We would have. We're not getting representation. So until we get representation, no taxation. No taxation without representation. We're not getting representation. So whatever reparations bill or law that ultimately will get passed, we have to put that stipulation in there. Like, no, you can't. Not only we got to make it lineage based, we got to put that stipulation in there where it has to be tax-free exemption for at least 10 years.
Right. Well, I was going to say at least 20 years for a generation, because a generation is 20 years, right?
Yeah, for at least 20 years, yes.
Yeah. Okay, that way there, the generation.
Yeah, so off point number, what was it? Point number 2? Was it point number 2? We want
what?
Of the Blacc Panther.
Okay, hold on. Let me go get the book. Okay. Oh boy. Shit, boy, it's getting old. Shit ain't nothing nice. Where's the damn book at now? No, Freddie D. Nelson and where's my damn Black Panther book? Oh, here it is.
Oh, that's employment. That was employment. The point number 2 is employment. Let me see if I can get all the 10 points real quick. 10.
Okay, hold on, brother Che. I'm digging them up too. Okay, chronology. Wait a minute. I know the 10 points is in here. Okay. All right. 10-point program and platform of the.
We want freedom. That's 1. 2 is we want employment.
And the schools for our people, we believe that the city and federal government is responsible and obligated.
Hold on, Shabaki. So I got it pulled up right now. So number 2 is we want full employment for our people. Number 3 is we want to end to the robbery by the capitalists of our black community. Number 4 is we want decent housing, fit shelter of human beings. We want education for our people is number 5. Number 6 is we want all black men to be exempt from military service. Number 7 is we want to make an end to police brutality and murder of black people. Number 8 is we want freedom for all black men held in federal, state, county, and city jails and prisons. Number 9 is we want all Black people, when brought to trial, to be tried by a court, by a jury of their peer group or people of their Black communities, as defined by the Constitution.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment. That
and number 10, land, bread, housing, education, clothing, and justice and peace.
Yeah.
So this will fall under 10.
Yeah. And then also too. Yeah. And
nobody was
was
ever charged. Nobody was ever convicted. Nobody ever went to jail. Behind this, the police was in cahoots with this. They had deputized the police that were involved with this shit. It was an all-white affair.
Yeah. Now here's something. Now here's a statement by Huey Newton that was delivered on March 1st, 1968. So let this be heard. Because of the St. Valentine's Day massacre of February 14th, 1929 in Chicago, in which outlaws downed the uniforms of policemen, posed as such, and thereby gained entrance to a locked doors controlled by rival outlaws with whom they were contending of control for the bootlegging industry in Chicago. And because these gangsters gaining entry through their disguise as policemen proceeded to exterminate their rivals with machine gun fire. We believe that prudence would dictate that one should be alert when opening one's doors to strangers late at night and the wee hours of the morning, even when these strangers wear the uniform of policemen. History teaches us that the man in the uniform may or may not be a policeman authorized to enter the homes of the people, and taking notice of the fact that on January 16th, 1968 at 3:30 a.m., members of the San Francisco...
That's the day of my birthday, January 16th.
Okay, well, on your birthday, years before you was born, the San Francisco Police Department kicked down a door and made an illegal entry and searched the home of Eldridge Cleaver, the Minister of Information. These pigs had no search warrant, no arrest warrant, and were therefore not authorized to enter. They were not invited in. Permission for them to enter was explicitly denied by Cleaver. President was Kathleen, his wife, and brother Emory Douglas.
I covered that about when you're on your hiatus.
Okay. All right, so therefore, that there just goes to show people is that all what you are seeing right here is hypocrisy, okay? Now, the dump, as in human shit.
Leave the dump out of this. I got to finish this next clip.
Oh, okay.
We're going to get to him, though, because he's doing some real type activities.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Tulsa says the most beautiful city, all capital of the world, the blessed place to live and all that. If they keep digging up this right, somebody might think it's not so good.
It only took 18 hours for a thriving, bustling Black community to be reduced to ashes.
300 people were killed. Over 4 miles of 36 square city blocks destroyed. 600 businesses destroyed. 1,256 homes destroyed. I say all the time, Greenwood is the oldest and largest crime scene in America.
There are people who have eyewitness testimonies, their descendants are saying, my dad told me that he helped to load bodies onto trains headed north so they could be buried somewhere else so that there would be no accurate count here.
They tried to hide it, cover it up and make it like it never was, but it's one of the worst we've ever had. And there's so many of the people that lived then, they're gone.
I just can't imagine it. I just can't imagine what it was like for them. And it took a lot of bravery to get out there and tell their stories as well.
I hope that we don't take this history and glaze over the things that are difficult to talk about. Life is difficult. you have to talk about the things that impacted people heavily, and this is one of them.
This is not just a Tulsa exclusive conversation. People in Washington State, people in Florida, people in Maine should know about the Tulsa Race Massacre.
When we talk about Black Wall Street, that's the point of pride there, is that it was the epicenter of Black wealth in this part of America.
This was the Mecca of the Black experience in the Midwest in the teens and 20s. People came here from all over the country to have opportunity because Oklahoma at that time, this was still the Wild West.
That's the interesting thing about Greenwood. Greenwood was more than a street. Greenwood was a dream that represented something for the whole nation.
The Greenwood district was established by a man named O.W. Gurley. And Mr. Gurley got 40 acres of land, and his stipulation was only Black people can buy this land. So that land was by the Frisco Railroad tracks. And because Black people were segregated to just one part of the city, a bit of the business dollars that were being spent in the Greenwood district. So that people became quite wealthy, or people were, because of necessity, spending their money in their own communities. People in Greenwood were prospering.
This is the height of segregation. You could not set foot in downtown Tulsa if you were a minority and you did not have a working permit. If you did, you were subject to fine and imprisonment. There were no people of color of any kind who were not in a service capacity in downtown.
We had our own business, and we had our own theater and grocery stores and drugstores had business of all kind, because we were not allowed to purchase things in downtown.
But because of that prosperity that was happening in the community, that also becomes a tension of jealousy. And so this was based on race, solely based on race.
A lot of white people were looking at this affluent community and wanted to get rid of it, wanted it to be wiped off the face of the earth.
How does this happen? It really just takes one spark.
It started in the Drexel building with a shoe shiner named Dick Rowland. There's an altercation with him and a white elevator operator named Sarah Page.
He gets in, appears to have stumbled, the
Another
walkway
Carolyn
between
Bryant.
the outside of the elevator and getting on, stumbles and grabs her hand. She screams, and someone hears this, and this is reported as an attack. And so this creates the narrative going through the community that a Black man has attacked a white woman. So, the white community comes in big numbers when he's arrested because of this.
We see a Black mob thinking that Dick Rowland is going to be lynched instead of see his day in court. We see white mob come to meet that Black mob. There was a shot that was fired, and then the massacre broke out.
They started shooting with one another there on 6th and Bowling, of course. When they started shooting, everybody scattered. Negroes decided that they were going to stop at Frisco Tracks and Cincinnati and make a stand. But they were outnumbered, and naturally they were pushed on back.
It escalated to when the white community invades the African-American Greenwood community, demanding that people come out of the house and saying, if you don't come out of the house, we will burn the house. We will kill the ones who are in the house.
They set our house on fire and went right straight to the curtains and set the curtains on fire. When my mother saw them coming, she says, you get up under the bed.
I was shot at. The bullet hit the wood and the splinters slipping into my arm. I saw where it was coming from, and of course, we tried to return some of their courtesies.
I remember seeing people get shot.
A lot of the eyewitnesses talked about bombs dropping from the skies.
Airplane came and dropped. Guess we would call them fire bombs now, gasoline in jugs and set them afire, you know. So that's how the blacks were driven out of Greenwood.
Their claims over the years were refuted. It's the conspiracy of silence.
I don't think that White Tulsa shows up very well in the true story of the riot. And people don't like to discuss something that casts aspersions or brings some kind of discredit on them.
John Hope Franklin was one of our country's most established and revered historians. He worked along the likes of Martin Luther King Jr., Thurgood Marshall, so many titans of the 20th century.
We had narratives passed along through family stories where the families would say, this is what happened. This is what my grandmother told me. This is what my mother told me, or my father told me. And so we had those stories. People discounted them because they were narrative. They trusted more the findings from Buck Colbert Franklin, and those are held at the Smithsonian.
Buck Colbert Franklin was a lawyer in town at the time and kind of wrote this 10-page memo of his account of what was going on that night and what he heard and what he saw. And this is a part of it. From my office window, I could see planes circling in midair. They grew in number and hummed, darted, and dipped low. I could hear something like hail falling upon the top of my office building.
For those who are more documentarian historians, it made it something that's a little more credible from an eyewitness who saw it. This is the first time that we're attacking with airplanes a community within the United States. We're attacking our own. This is the first documented time where we're doing that.
Initially, the death toll was around 36 people killed in the massacre. But in 2001, you had the release of the Tulsa Race Riot Commission report, and the estimates there put the death toll upwards of 300. So 10 times the initial amount of people killed in this massacre, potentially.
No one was spared. This was, babies were attacked, children, adults.
And there was never anybody brought to justice. No white Tulsans were arrested or charged with anything. Hundreds of people died, thrown into a mass grave, their property destroyed, and nobody has ever been held accountable for it.
We were just roaming around out in the woods out in North Tulsa.
Much of the area, the 35 to 40 acres, had been burned down. Hospitals had been burned, so there was nowhere for the African American community to go. And this happens over an 18-hour period.
In the aftermath of the massacre, thousands of survivors were rounded up and brought to these internment camps. And among those people was Mabel Little. And she told us about her experience when KOCO spoke to her back in the 80s.
We left our home. We went north. See, we kept going north. And where until the militia came, they brought us back in trucks.
My husband's uncle was put in an internment camp, and a white man had to sign for a black person to get out of the camp. And a white man said, "This is my brother," so he could get out.
When a community is burned, everyone can see it, everyone can smell it, everyone can see the effects of it the next day, the next week, the next month, the next year. Everyone was affected.
We've owned this parcel of land, 309 North Greenwood Avenue, since 1908. We are the oldest continuous landowners in the entire Greenwood district.
Our basement is the only thing that survived the worst race massacre in American history. They didn't wait to rebuild right away. They still saw fit to come worship God.
A week later, they were taking communion in whatever was left of the basement of their church. And it just shows just how much of a refuge that place provides to people in the community, even to this day.
The basement surviving in the midst of this racial tragedy, I feel it's just the divine power of God. I know that there was some architecture ingenuity involved in it, but he chose Vernon. And he chose a basement. It reminds me of the text that says, "The stone the builders rejected has become now the chief cornerstone." And so I think Vernon was spared to show God's glory.
Reverend Dr. Turner took me down to the basement, and you could see in the basement a window that was still there where he said people that were escaping the massacre came through to hide from the angry white mob. Mecca is our weekend evening anchor here at KOCO5. She's been here longer than I have. Well loved and in the community here. Very connected and plugged into the community. I knew more about the Tulsa Race Massacre than I knew.
Downstairs, they have jars of soil where people were killed. They may not have been able to save people. They may not have been able to give them the proper burial, but what they could do was take some of that soil and save it and be able to share part of that story in that way. And that's heavy. And I think that's what I felt walking through the basement of that church is heavy. Heaviness of what hatred can do.
It was a surreal moment. You knew that you were standing in the middle of history. You were standing in the middle of sacred ground.
This was an area that was intent on rebuilding.
The government didn't come in and try to help out or rebuild. Things were burned down and left in ashes. Certain ordinances only allowed them to build and use certain materials.
He advised his clients to build with orange crates, boxes, anything, build. And when they would be arrested for violating the ordinance, my father would go and spring them, as we say, get them out of jail.
We couldn't put up the type of buildings that we wanted to start with because we had to just put up what we could live in, a little shack building. But from that on, it was just a miracle, just telling you the truth that happened. Because there's nobody in the world, I don't think, could have made a comeback like the Black folks of Tulsa, because they had nothing in the world to help them from the city. I've never heard of it in other place, and I've traveled all over this country and been abroad, but I've never heard of a place that people being treated like they were in North Tulsa in all of my life.
Survivors of this massacre built back strong years later. They came back resilient. And of course, urbanization and desegregation and other things wiped it out once again.
They had their own finance companies, they had their own banks, and they catered to one another. You didn't have to go outside of that community to do anything.
And they had their own real estate
Now they
companies.
have to go outside the community in order to get regular services. North Tulsa is like a food desert.
Urban renewal and urbanization, these highways, this is what destroyed Black Wall Street. It's about a block right now from its former glory. There's not a lot left of it.
You see the plaques on the ground in front of where businesses used to be, and that it extends all the way down Greenwood, all the way throughout the OSU Tulsa campus. And it's amazing to just wrap your mind around what it used to be.
And it's incredible when you think about what Black people were able to do back then at that time. And to go there and not be able to see exactly what they created, it's painful. It's painful to know that hate could take out lives, could take out the future from the people. They basically robbed the people of everything they had.
As an educator, does it frustrate you to see how many people don't know about the Tulsa Race Massacre?
Absolutely.
It was not something to come up in the curriculum. It may be something now in the curriculum, but it's probably a real short chapter.
I learned about it through work. When I learned about it, I was embarrassed that I didn't know about it.
Exactly.
Then the more that I learned, I was shocked to find out that most people didn't know about it. I've been in Oklahoma for about 6 years now.
You had generations grow up in this city who never heard about it. I didn't hear about it until I was in my mid-20s. And now there's been more written about and reported on this event in the last 5 years than there were in the previous 95 years combined.
Once it gets spread outside the community, then it's going to be too hard to keep it down, too hard to suppress, and then you got to deal with it.
There's a push by the library system and others in the community to incorporate this into the curriculum, to get education kits out to teachers that may be struggling with how to teach the massacre, especially to younger kids.
We should know our history, and Black history is history in general. I think it's important also for young Black children to know that they stand on the backs of people who were incredible.
They built up a city it was Wakanda before Wakanda. I've seen the portrayal in Watchmen. I remember the night that aired, Twitter was just abuzz. People were saying, wait, this actually happened in America? There were people that were asking questions. National news outlets started to do stories. I thought that was amazing. The power of pop culture, bringing things to light to an audience that may not necessarily go out and seek it themselves.
Lovecraft was unique and an excellent a portrayal of the pain of what happened. People learn in different ways. There are people who learn by seeing. Kinesthetic learners, they learn by doing. So all of that is important to reach in every area of getting the message out. And so I appreciate that. And that all moves it forward.
With it being the 100-year anniversary, I feel like there are a lot of people who are interested in supporting the things that are happening here. And it's awesome to be sharing this history, and everybody needs to know.
What happened in the race massacre is that civil order completely broke down and was overwhelmed by hatred, and people lost their homes and their lives as a result of that. And that is absolutely something that can still happen today.
You look at, just tying it into today, the George Floyd verdict, the Derek Chauvin.
What is your question, Shabaka?
Okay, my question is this. Why does the ethos of the United States look at that anytime that we have been victimized, from the plantation system to the Tulsa race riot, to the Rodney King riots of 1992 in Los Angeles, to the Watts riot.
It was a massacre. It wasn't. That's not
Yeah,
the
well,
same
of course. Okay, it was a massacre, but the point is, well, the crux of what I'm getting to is, why does white America feel in their ethos that when we look at our history of this brutalization that we went through on a collective basis, that we're supposed to forget about it? Now, if Black folk were to go out there and do this here to white folk, you know damn well, man, they're going to be having the whole fucking U.S. military, man, on our asses.
We're dealing with savages and barbarians, Shabaka. That's why.
Oh, okay. I forgot that part. Yeah, let me make a note. We're dealing with savages and barbarians. Okay, now that explains everything.
Remember, that's their lineage. Remember, Stephen Miller told you what their lineage was.
Yeah, savagery, barbarism, uncleanliness, diabolical shit.
Yeah.
My question is,
bestiality.
yeah,
everything bad.
Okay. So, question is these mugs really are the devil?
Yeah, they'll do, or as Pops will say, they'll do until the real one shows up.
Yeah, are they the devil? You know what I mean? I mean, look at this sinister bastard right here, Chauvin, right here. Look at the evilness in his eyes right there.
Yeah,
when it was hitting him with them guilty verdicts.
Remember, they was trying to get him out, Shabaka, back in the day.
Yeah, and then they was trying to get this clown out.
If he got convicted, they would go into the jail and break him out.
Yeah.
Today, that's what they would do.
Yeah, and you and I both witnessed, Brother Che, that he had his knee on George Floyd's neck for over 10 minutes.
Well, 8 minutes, Shabaka. It was almost 9 minutes.
Yeah, because you and I both looked at that film at the same time about 20 times that I recall.
Yeah.
To see when George Floyd actually had expired. And you remember, man, when we saw the wetness up under the fender of the car, and I thought it was antifreeze from the car.
Yeah.
That was his urine.
Yep.
I remember I was watching it and called it right with that. And I was like, that's
Yeah. I
And
thought it was antifreeze from the car. Then it hit me. Wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? That car didn't have no overheated radiator. It was his urine.
Right, the antifreeze would have came out green.
Yeah, exactly.
Real
And
thick.
then, you know, and then he says, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And then
he called out for his mama.
Yeah, and then they're gonna talk about like old Dumb Bunny, our favorite Dumb Bunny. Well, he died of fentanyl.
Even if he was on fentanyl, that's not what killed him. What killed him was Chauvin's knee on his neck for 9 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Which was intent. Okay. Which was intent. And then it was explained to me when Chauvin had his hands in his pocket, right?
Right.
I thought the sick bastard was playing with himself at the same time that he was killing George Floyd.
He probably was.
Because you do have some sick people that do get sexual gratification out of murdering somebody. As bizarre as it may sound to you, but the human mind, man, you know, it's a motherfucker, man. You know what I mean?
You see him, he kept applying more and more pressure.
Yeah, and the more that man kept saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe.
The next
he's
one
applied more and more pressure.
But we got to finish this one. Shabaka just wanted to say something real. He had a question, so I was trying to answer his question. But this clip is not done yet.
Yeah,
it's almost done. It's like 6 more minutes left.
Yeah, and I'm just saying is that
you look at the police narrative that was put out after it, completely different than what you found out in the trial and what people shot on their phones and what I speak your truth.
That's all we have in general. We just make it official, whether it's a television station, a magazine, or a newspaper. That's a conversation that we've had. That's a story that was shared. So we know how important the stories and the eyewitness accounts are to share from person to person to person. We just get to do it in an official way. For so long, what happened here on Black Wall Street went untold. Fear and unbearable pain in the aftermath.
The language has changed now. Nobody in civilized company, as I like to say, refers to it as a riot anymore. Pretty much, it's always called what it is, a massacre, really attempted genocide.
The Library of Congress and the University of Oklahoma got the name officially changed in the United States of America from the Tulsa Race Riot to the Tulsa Race Massacre.
Why has it been called a riot all these years rather than a massacre? It's good to see those changes. What happens next is the question.
I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic about it, but it's a slow process, and I'm sometimes discouraged about the slowness of the process.
We haven't had a district attorney in our city's history that's ever even investigated the race massacre. We haven't had an attorney general in our state's history that's ever investigated the race massacre. And how can you not investigate the worst crime in your city, states, or nation's history? How can you not investigate the first time airplanes were used to drop bombs on American soil in this country's history? For the first time in Tulsa's history, a sitting mayor has agreed to do mass grave excavations.
People are seeing how much of a injustice and how much of a tragedy this was. People are finding that courage to speak up, and they're using that to help guide their search for where to look for people, where some of these bodies may be dumped. We've heard stories about bodies being dumped in the Arkansas River, people being driven out of the state to other places and being dumped outside of the state.
We've collected those stories, and they're really helping guide a lot of the search that we're doing, trying to find the mass graves from the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. Oak Lawn Cemetery, which is a city-owned cemetery, was the main cemetery for Tulsa in 1921. We were looking for individual graves in there, doing test excavations, looking for individual unmarked graves of people, and came upon a mass grave of people. They were all put in at the same time, and they are directly next to the only 2 known marked graves of race massacre victims. We will start an exhumation of that site. Best outcome, as far as we're concerned, is that DNA could be identified within these remains, and we could find their descendants, and these descendants could finally know what happened to their ancestors who disappeared on that night a century ago.
I think reparations is a big conversation right now, and I know there's conflict there. Speaking to the mayor on the other side, though, he said it would require them charging a tax, probably, or raising taxes on people and taking that tax money in order to pay reparations.
And there's another notion of reparations, which is around acknowledging that there is a disparity in Tulsa between the lives that Black Tulsans have had the opportunity to live in the last century and the lives that white Tulsans in the last century. We're very focused on the plan that we've created. It's called the Resilient Tulsa Strategy. It's the city's first ever strategic plan to address issues of racial disparity in our city.
These buildings didn't burn themselves down. These folks didn't kill themselves and dump their bodies.
Address that, motherfucker. Fuck that racial disparity.
Yeah, exactly.
Address fucking racism and white supremacy, and compensate the victims of this damn massacre and their descendants.
Yes, sir. And I got an idea of a way too, Brother Chav, how they could do that.
Cut the goddamn check.
Every white ass, not only that, but every white politician in the city of Tulsa and the county that city is in, and the whole goddamn state of Oklahoma, man, dock their pay 50%.
Yeah, I think it's his own county, Shabaka, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah, and dock their pay 50% and put it off in a trust fund, for the descendants of that. You see, the part that really pisses.
They not no trust fund. They just need to come correct with direct lineage cash payments.
They need to do the math and
okay, and then keep in mind
how much were they making? What families were there? Because they hit all the families. They hit bodies.
Yeah, they hit the bodies. They dumped the bodies in mass graves. Those folks then killed themselves and dumped their bodies in mass graves.
And
okay.
White Tulsans don't get any reparations. See, that's what you see. You try to slip that in.
Yeah, you see how he's trying to. It's a trick bag. He's trying to incorporate them into the shit. No, they don't need no fucking reparations.
Nah, man, they don't need it. It's because you see, their whole goddamn country benefited.
Got burnt to the fucking ground. It was our people's businesses that got burnt to the ground.
Agreed on that there, Brother Che. But in the whole scheme of things, man, through our free labor, man, and this is just an element of it, of why the reparations is due, not just because of the slavery itself, but the what do you call it, the Jim Crow era, which this is a part of.
We start with the slavery. And because if we make it for Jim Crow and all the other stuff, that's a free for all. That includes Black immigrants. No, Black immigrants is not included in our reparations claim. We got to start with the slavery. That's where the lineage starts. Is with the slavery.
Okay.
City of Tulsa
and then
it's in Tulsa County.
Okay. So it's in the city and county of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And then they got other counties like Osage, which I knew somebody from the Osage reservation. He was black as hell. He was blacker than me.
Yeah, because I remember going through there, man, of seeing these various counties. You know what I mean? Because it's off the old Route 66 route.
His name was Osage, ironically enough.
Mm-hmm. And then, too.
And then you remember my friend CJ? He's from Oklahoma, too.
Okay. So they discovered oil in Oklahoma too, did they not?
Yes, they discovered all kinds of stuff in Oklahoma.
Okay, all right. Okay, hold on. Now here's another way they could pay their bill.
I think they discovered
slap a lien on them oil companies.
It doesn't matter. What needs to happen? Something needs to happen.
And I think Sunoco is one of them.
Yep. Muskogee.
Yeah, they're really getting their people back.
No, but there's a town called Muskogee. Oklahoma had the most black towns.
Yeah. I've been through Muskogee, Oklahoma, Brother Jay, because I told you when I was down there, I rode through there.
The little story, the little podcast where he's reading all the treaties, stuff that happened.
They have over 50 towns.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A lot of history right there.
Yeah, it is.
I
definitely made a movie.
I didn't even know about that.
I just been to the Panhandle. I haven't been to OKC and Tulsa.
I've been through OKC and Tulsa. And then I do remember in the mid-'70s with a guy by the name of George C. Scott, the one that played Patton, right? He made
Well, let
a
me put
movie.
the video up, Shabaka, because we'll never get
Okay.
through the end of it. It's like 3 minutes left.
All right.
As the mass graves, people did that to people, and those folks who did it never have ever been charged with a crime. There is no expiration date on morality. If we can admit the Tulsa Race Massacre, which is one of my biggest fights now, is wrong, then why can't we also agree that something ought to be done to atone for it? Atonement is synonymous with reparations. We have a petition on change.org. We have now over 25,000 signatures. It is one of my great frustrations as a born and raised American who grandparents fought in the wars of this country. People that I know who have loved this nation. It is not reciprocated.
Exactly.
We
That's what you're talking about.
have always done more for America than what she's done for us. And so part of me fighting for
I've been saying
reparations
that for the last
is
25
to help
goddamn
right that
years.
scale.
Greenwood, covering 35 city blocks, burned to the ground.
35 city blocks.
No repercussions.
None.
You just could do that. You have people who are saying there need to be reparations
Yes.
to the people. What we hear you saying, you gave reparations to other groups. What will you do to make reparations for this? So there's hope, and I think every step helps.
We have the Greenwood Cultural Center. We have several other locations like Oklahoma Center for Community and Justice that does a lot of reparative work. Even the churches, they're doing work to bring communities together to say, what can you do to make this better?
John Hope Franklin Park acknowledges that Tulsa has a very bitter past when it comes to race relations. Reconciliation, getting everybody to cooperate and move together towards a brighter future. And that's ultimately what that park and what that space is about.
History is something we must live with, both good and bad. And the bad history helps us overcome it, and we can then perhaps make good history. So we have to look at the past as it was and not as we wish that it had been.
Brother Che.
Go ahead, Shabaka.
Brother Che.
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
Okay, do you still have that video, man, that I shot from the Black Wall Street?
No, remember it was on Facebook. I can't access Facebook.
Yeah.
I wish we would have uploaded it onto YouTube. I really wish we would have uploaded it onto YouTube.
Yeah, because I went by the railroad tracks, man. I went by the sign that said the Black Wall Street that had the list of all the businesses that were there. I did photograph some of the plaques.
Yeah.
Of the businesses that were there.
I remember the video, but I don't have. I don't have. I wish I had it. I downloaded it.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that an outside chance, man, I might have saved it on the other phone, on that 209 number phone, and I think I'm gonna have to go get that phone reactivated.
You could still access Facebook, but they took down. Which one did you stream it on? Was it Shabaka San Corey, or was it Henry Dessalines?
It was the Shabaka San Corey.
Okay, so it should still be up there. You're just gonna have to go through your timeline to when you were there, and it should come right up.
Okay. Yeah, because man, they killed Henry, man. You know what I'm saying?
They killed Paris. LaShawn Paris got hijacked, and Jesse Paris, he completely killed him.
Yeah, and old Henry Dessalines, man, they wiped him off the face of the earth, man. They just straight wiped Henry off the face of the earth, man, which was really fucked up, But, to close this segment out, of this part of what we're talking about in tonight's podcast is
that's
that
Jesse Paris. Actually, you know what, Shabak? I can still access that Jesse Paris page.
Oh, okay.
I just can't go to Jeff's page because he blocked me, old punk ass.
Oh, Jeff Fard.
Yeah.
Yeah. When he got my calling card when he was in Africa.
When I
went all the way then I went all the way to Denver, Colorado to see his ass. So therefore, Jeff Fart, I'm just letting you know, Trick, I traveled over 1,000 miles to see your sorry ass, you know what I'm saying? And you wasn't man enough to be there or return the calling card. So therefore, Cat.
Yeah, he was in Africa, Shabaki.
Okay. All righty. Okay. So
I told him, I said, Shabaki asked about you the last time I talked to his punk ass.
And what'd he say?
He said, oh, he did. Oh, give him my best regards.
Yeah, love it. Okay, but the point is, though, is this here just shows that there's a trend in the United States of America when it comes to people of African descent. All right, is that the American ethos hate us. They despise us. The reason being is because they cannot be us. Right. They hate to admit that they need us, and they cannot be us. See?
Okay, give your something.
My closing thoughts on the subject?
Yeah.
All right. I think about it like this. Look, this is a goddamn travesty that happened there. There's nothing they can do except give the people, the descendants, reparation. And that's cash-based reparations. Or whatever they need to do with that on their own, that is their business. They can't say they don't have the money for it because they're watching them spend money and shift money around every day. So now I'm not really sure. I want to say I have a solution, but I don't, because every time something like this happens, it puts us in a roadblock, like another speed bump. And this is one of those, Tulsa, Oklahoma per se, was one of those states that we were already keeping eyes on because they had already started these little placate, bullshit, beautifying projects, and they're symbolic gestures of reparation when they're really not. They're just sitting on their hands and using broad and ambiguous word salad and acting like they hear everything, but all they care about is raising money to fund whatever bullshit they're on, instead of giving the money back to the people that it was basically taken from. No, white Tulsans, they shouldn't get a reparation from this. And if you haven't noticed, they haven't really been making a scene about that, right? They have never said anything. Well, my business was burned down too. What about me? I have never heard yet to hear white Tulsan descendant of say anything about, how they feel owed. You see what I'm saying? Because I was wondering what like they got shunned too. Like, these are questions I got that are in my brain now, that I want to ask. I think it's shit. I think that rest in power, and hopefully, really hopefully, we get something done for the next following generation. Generation. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's what I think. It's gonna be tough. I think we need to find out more what happened with the actual bill and shit that they tried to pass through or talk about almost a year ago. There's so much going on in each. How can you keep up? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is what they call politicking, Lady Che. See, they're going to try to keep politicking this issue.
Yeah.
See, and when it's clearly obvious that the state of Oklahoma, if not the whole damn U.S. government, need to do the right thing and just cut the fucking check. See?
Yeah.
Because the reparations money, rather if it's at the state level and or the federal level, is going to get submerged back into that state's and the U.S.'s economy. You see what I mean? So if any damn thing, for all practical purposes, it will be a stimulus to the U.S. economy. You see?
I honestly think that, you know, if we're able to get reparations, just need to go back, stay on Black vacation, and do what we can do for self. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
All right,
yeah. Well, see.
What are your closing thoughts on the subject?
Okay. Okay. My closing thought on this subject right here is like what Lady J said. We need to do for self, build up our own shit again. Except this time we got to be smart about who we allow off into it, because let's be real, integration didn't work. It benefited every other motherfucker group except us.
Right. I agree, Shabaka.
Yep. And this isn't hatred or racism, as you RWSs will say. Well, that's Black racism, guy, and all that shit. We are in no economical position, no political position, no historical permission to implement any type of hatred on an organized basis, because we do not have policy enforcers.
We don't have policy enforcers. We don't have no institutions.
Yeah.
We don't own or control any bank.
Exactly.
We don't own or control any schools, not even the HBCUs. We don't own or control those either.
If we do get
right,
to figure out how to create that and build on that, because that seems to be the disconnect right there, Belly. We're disconnected somewhere. We're not like we're not lining up the fuses correctly. Somewhere right there, we can make the money. We can spend the money. We can kind of keep the money. We can kind of fluctuate it around the community, but something about growing it on a level, on a scale like we need. There's a disconnect somewhere. You know,
no,
what I mean?
That's why we got to control our own banking industry, Lady J.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
There's
saying,
a disconnect right there too. There's a disconnect there too. You know, like all the research. Just look at all the research we have to do. If we think it's Black owned, we find out at the end that it's run by, say, a Little Hat or, say, an immigrant. Say, you know what I mean? Like,
I just say OTB, Lady J, other than Black.
Well, Shabaka, OTB, that includes Latinos, that includes Asians, that includes East Indians, that includes anybody non-white besides Black.
think about it too. Some like I remember a couple years ago where we had Black credit union, but you couldn't get in there. They were making it so difficult to get into the credit union. You know, like you had to have certain things. They changed that. I don't know what it is now, but trust me, it was a little bit of a problem to have banking at this one credit union.
Hold on, Shabaka, so we can move to the next topic, because we've been on this topic way too long.
What I'm saying is there's a little disconnect. I don't really know where the disconnect is. That's more for everybody else to tell me about, because I can see it. I just don't know what it is. We're having a little disconnect. If we can get past the disconnect, and not everyone, but from the majority of us, stay in alignment, we could probably do some really great shit that we haven't already done. You know what I mean? Yeah. We can actually obtain and keep wealth, or fuck it, we just go underground. Fuck it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, my closing thoughts is this: R.I.P. to Viola Ford Fletcher. Justice denied. Thoughts and condolences to your friends and family. We're gonna continue to fight. And salute to Leslie Bedingford Randall, the sole survivor that's still alive at 111.
Yep.
Hopefully she'll live to see justice. And shame on you, the Biden administration, because you had every opportunity the whole 4 years you were in office to pursue this case. And you did nothing but sit on your hands and tokenize these survivors. So shame on you, Biden. Shame on you, Kamala. Shame on the whole Biden administration. And just shame on you,
and on
Democrats.
Sambo. And a shame on old Sambo.
That's the Democrats. That's all the Democrats. Shame on you, Democrats. They had every opportunity. Sambo had every opportunity to do something about this. And Biden had every opportunity to do something about this. And they sat on their hands and did nothing. And now all family want to come out with a tweet talking about, oh, my thoughts and prayers go out to the family. Motherfucker, you could have did something before they died.
Yeah, you're right.
8 years. You had the House and the Senate for 4 of those years.
Yeah.
Combined, you had the House and Senate for 8 years.
Yeah. Yeah. And you will get no argument from me, sir.
So yeah, justice denied. The survivor, there's still one survivor left. So
you gotta keep her in the heaviest.
Right.
Keep her out of the cold. Make sure she stays good. Make sure everybody's around. Keep her safe and out of harm's way, man.
And RIP to our brother that we met.
Yep. He was so funny and nice.
Yeah, Mr. Hughes Van Ellis. He was a good dude.
Very good man.
I told Dewan B that earlier. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then this is another thing too, people. We need to check into, and I forgot the name of the doctor who was doing this here, Brother Che, not getting off topic about doing research.
I got to move to the next topic, Shabaka. So the next topic is H. Rap Brown, aka Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, passed away at age. Yes, I think that's what I said. Passed away at age 82 this past Saturday in a prison hospital.
Yeah. Okay. He did live a full life. Although I think he was wrongly convicted because they said that he had shot and killed a police officer. Yeah, another Sada Shakur case. Another case of where they were setting our folks up who were not with the integrational mentality. And then not to mention those that were with the integrational mentality, they only let them go so far because look what happened to Martin Luther King. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So of course,
he had integrated his people into a burning
house. Yeah. So then, of course, our brother Al-Amin, Blacc Panther Party, NOI at the time, the heavyweight champion at that time that refused induction. See, these are some very, very significant points in our people's history that we must keep going on in our collective memory.
And another reason why we hold reparations.
Exactly.
You gotta, and like they said, don't forget the Holocaust. Don't forget our Holocaust. That's still going on. Their Holocaust is only 4 years. Ours has been 400 plus.
Yeah. And then on top of it, but everybody comes off into the Black community like these migrants, immigrants, whatever grits come into the Black community and start their businesses and don't reinvest shit back off into
in our communities, Shabaka. They put them in our communities. They purposely do that stuff to erase us. All right, so I'm gonna play the documentary about H. Rap Brown, later known as Jamil Al-Amin.
Al-Amin, yeah. All right.
So shout out to Montage for this.
Mm-hmm.
Lord forgive me for this trap shit. Sergeant Smack make it backflip. Telly Hank did with the action. With the vital speaking Spanish. Frank Matthews how I vanish. Poof. Came back like I'm King Tut. Gold BBS is on a beamer. When Fat Cat was 10 queens up. Ball off the profit, not the re-up. Fly like Puerto Rican Jesus. Uptown like I'm Baby May. Just caught a touchdown from the bay.
We also recognize that individuals do not create rebellions, conditions do. Until they begin to address themselves to those conditions, rebellions will continue and they will escalate. Sometimes the question has been raised about why black men fight and have fought for this country. It is the black man's implacable will to be free that makes him fight for this country. And it is that same will that will make him fight this country.
To me, he was a revolutionary, a voice of power in a time of silence, a man who stood in the face of a country on fire. But to others, especially in law enforcement, he was a threat, dangerous, defiant, and in the end, the man once known as H. Rap Brown would find himself buried under accusations of murder, racketeering, and terror.
We discovered this long history of FBI surveillance that was quite troubling. And one of the things that we discovered was that the FBI, in their long pursuit of a man, Jamil Al-Amin, was using as an informant a serial killer. And so we never really got to the bottom of that.
Which one? He said the big one. And Shane took off running to his yard. And the guy shot 5 times and hit Shane 2 times. And he pulled off. After Addis died, Al-Amin started making Juma up on the corner. Took over the whole corner, started making prayer. Started running folks off the corner, saying no more dope will be sold on this corner. Put out a memo saying that anybody caught on the corner selling dope will be dealt with.
To you all having the patrols at night and taking pictures and things of that nature, do you think that you all were the first ones to have done that, or the first ones to have been effective in doing that?
I think in this area, we probably the first ones that started doing that. Okay. I don't know if people around the country were doing things like that because we were here during the height of the crack epidemic, and there were crack houses all around, and people depart, were trying to use the park for prostitution and dealing, and so the problem in many African American communities is people don't confront illegal activity, and so if you confront it or carefront it, then people will respond to that. But if you just let it go, if you have your neighbor selling drugs and you don't say anything, then it destroys a neighborhood.
It was one of Atlanta's oldest neighborhoods and one of its most volatile. But now most people know the West End as a home base for the city's Muslim community, a place where kufis, long robes, and prayer rugs are just as common as corner stores and street signs. But long before it became a sanctuary, it was a battleground, and the rise to faith there apparently didn't come without a fight. Since the 1970s, the West End has been home to a growing movement rooted in Islam, but on discipline and powered by Black resilience. And at the heart of it all stood one building, the West End Community Masjid. To the outside world, it looked like just another house of worship, but inside it was a fortress, a command post, and a symbol of structure in the midst of street collapse. And by the 1990s, that symbol would find a new face. Once known as H. Rap Brown, he had been a firebrand of the civil rights era, a voice of rebellion, a face of the FBI's most wanted list, and then for years, silent, until he would reemerge, this time as Jamil Al-Amin, a revolutionary turned religious leader, and to many, the man who brought peace and order to one of Atlanta's most dangerous corners. But in March of the year 2000, everything would change. a Fulton County deputy was shot and killed, and almost overnight, the same man that was once called the peacemaker was branded a murderer. He was arrested, convicted, and sent to a Colorado supermax. But from the beginning, he would claim they had the wrong man. His supporters will point to a lifetime target on his back, a conspiracy, and a hitman. I'm going to do my best to tell you guys the story of a man who would rise to power through protest, transform a community through faith, and become a lightning rod for controversy and conspiracy.
Violence is necessary. Violence is a part of America's culture. It is as American as cherry pie.
Atlanta Police Patrol for a shooting suspect on what Muslims call a day of prayer. It's Hajj, a holy period for this Muslim community. The crime scene tape alerts him something went wrong last night. Two Fulton County deputies, Richard Tension and Algernon English, were gunned down at Weston Place in Oak, in the heart of this Muslim community. Morning prayers sound over a speaker as police search for a man viewed as a servant to these residents, 58-year-old Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, a Muslim name given to the political activist H. Rap Brown. A friend gave comment, but not his name.
It's very disturbing. Anytime you got a brother, you know what I'm saying? Imam is our brother, the righteous man. You know what I'm saying? He always stood for what is right, you know what I'm saying? And never, disrespecting nobody. He always strive, to tell people about the prayer. Prayer is the key to paradise.
Neighbors are reminded of last night's violence by images like these bullet holes in this car parked in the line of fire.
The man have a record. He was in the Blacc Panther. He changed his life. He became Muslim.
We live in the jungle of America. This is nothing. We see killing all the time, you know what I'm saying?
Investigators combed through the crime scene at West End and Oak, trying to figure out how and why a Fulton County Sheriff's deputy was murdered. Detectives say deputies Ricky Kinchin and Algernon English came to this grocery store to serve a Cobb County warrant to Jamil Al-Amin, a former Blacc Panther who was wanted for not making a court appearance. Atlanta police say when the deputies approached the suspect, Al-Amin shot the deputies with an assault rifle.
Today, Fulton County prosecutors are expected to announce they will seek the death penalty against accused cop killer Jamil Al-Amin. The former Blacc Panther leader, known as H. Rap Brown, will be arraigned today on murder charges in Fulton County.
Now, all along, his lawyers have claimed Al-Amin is being framed.
He says the system has been trying to kill him. He wouldn't be the first black man that the system tried to kill.
A statement the suspect seems to agree with. Just listen to the only thing he's ever said publicly about the charges against him.
No conspiracy.
Needless to say, Fulton County Sheriff Jackie Barrett doesn't agree.
You cannot defend the indefensible go to conspiracy.
And you may recognize that voice, Mark Teigner, reporting in that last story back in 2000. Now, Jamil Al-Amin is serving a life sentence for that West End shooting, but the story really began years before that. The new Tenderfoot podcast series, Radical, takes a look at the bigger picture and really digs into this investigation. Podcast producer and host Mosi Secret is joining us now, really just to break it all down for us. So great to have you here.
I'm really excited to be here. Thank you.
So you really did extensive research going through conducting these interviews and gathering all this evidence, going back through it. What drew you to going into this case? I know you're from Atlanta and you kind of grew up in that area as well, so there's that kind of tie as well, but that was 2 decades ago, and then you waited until now to kind of get into the podcast.
Yeah, well, it's one of these cases that or convictions that there have always been questions about. A man, Jamil Al-Amin, also known as H. Rap Brown, has claimed innocence all these years, for 20-something years.
Yeah.
As the date of this production, Jamil Al-Amin has been incarcerated for 23 years, 2 months, and 5 days. In recent months, concerns about his health has added a new urgent weight to his continued confinement. Those closest to him understand just how limited his time may be and why every remaining day matters more than ever before.
Assalamu alaikum, y'all. So the doctors say we have 10 months. I spoke to my father today, and I was planning on giving y'all an update on everything anyway, but the doctors say we have 10 months. So that's a little rough to deal with, but alhamdulillah, we got 10 months. So the goal is now to make sure that he spends the majority of those 10 months as a free man. Alhamdulillah, we were able to successfully raise $228,000 for the docuseries, and we're going to be able to complete it for that amount, even though the original budget was $450,000. In fact, I am scheduled to watch the rough cut of the first episode tomorrow, and the second episode is being worked on as well simultaneously. So we should still meet our completion date of May, in conjunction with some other things that we're doing on the legal front. I'm actually very confident that we are going to get this done, but we know the time frame now. So, Allah is the best of planners. We continue to fight again until there's nothing left to fight for. He was in good spirits, but we all understood that this was a real possibility, that he was much closer to the end than the beginning. Now there's just a real number on it. So, again, even in that, Allah is the best of planners. They say 10 months, but maybe that's 10 months for a man who has to deal with cancer in a prison cell instead of in a cancer treatment facility. So inshallah, that'll extend if we're able to get this win. But he said even a day left after the win, we were able to get him out. We're able to clear his name. Even if he only has a day left after that, that's enough. That win counts. And so, alhamdulillah, we're still in the fight, but I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who contributed and helped us along the way in this fight. We're still in it to win it. We don't need anything else from you except for your prayers and eventually your voices, because again, we understand that aside from the legal aspects involved in this case, this is a political matter. So the voice of the people is going to be instrumental in making this possible, and making this win, the ultimate win, possible. So again, Bismillah, we fight till there's nothing left to fight for, but we got 10 months. Assalamu alaikum.
Born Herbert Gerald Brown in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, he would rise to fame in the 1960s as H. Rap Brown, an unfiltered voice for Black America. As chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Minister of Justice for the Blacc Panther Party, like all of the members involved, he would call for revolution, not reform. He once declared, if America don't come around, we're going to burn it down. And to some, it was the truth, but to others, it was a threat. And in 1971, after a shootout during a robbery attempt in New York, Brown would be arrested and sentenced to 5 to 15 years in prison. But in isolation of a prison cell, he would find something deeper than rage. He would find faith. Beginning to study Islam, he would embrace the name Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin and left behind the firebrand image of the 1960s for a quiet guidance of Amin. Released from prison 5 years later in 1976, he would relocate south to Atlanta's West End, a neighborhood plagued by drugs, poverty, and police neglect. It was here that Al-Amin would build something lasting. He would found the community mosque of the West End and become a respected voice of the national Dar al-Islam movement, going on to help the homeless, paying rent for the needy, mediating disputes between rival neighbors, and even buried the unclaimed dead. To many in Atlanta, he was more than a religious leader. He was the moral compass of a community forgotten by everybody else. But not everybody would believe in Al-Amin's transformation. Behind closed doors, law enforcement would quietly build the case. In 1992, the FBI and Atlanta Police Department would launch a joint investigation into a rash of murders in the West End. Victims were said to include drug dealers and hustlers, people that many didn't miss, but whose death told the story. Tommy Jones, Kennedy Keller, Marlon Sadler, Jacqueline Johnson, Barbara Ford, and Roderick Fulton. Allegedly 14 names in total. Authorities would allegedly suspect Al-Amin, using his spiritual authority, commanded a street organization cloaked in religion. Their star witness, a guy by the name of Leonard Devin Holland, an admitted killer who happened to be awaiting trial for a murder. In an alleged tearful 8-hour confession, Holland would claim he served as one of Al-Amin's top lieutenants and that Al-Amin ran a militarized structure with the inner circle, a security wing that was called the Sutra, along with a shadow operation that robbed drug dealers, enforced violent curfews, and silenced witnesses. He even drew a diagram placing Al-Amin at the top, but there was no forensic evidence, no surveillance, no phone taps, only the words of a man that happened to be facing the death penalty. And to Al-Amin's supporters, this wasn't a confession, it was a fabrication, a desperate attempt from a man who apparently knew the system and how to manipulate it. Now, fast forward several years later to May 31st, 1999, and this would be the seed of the tree of horror that Al-Amin would currently find himself in when he would be pulled over in Marietta, Georgia. Police would claim that the vehicle he was driving was stolen. He would hand over a bill of sale and an honorary police badge, a gift from a local mayor, John Jackson, who later verified its legitimacy. Despite that, Al-Amin was charged with speeding, auto theft, and impersonating an officer. And when he would fail to appear for court, a warrant would be issued for his arrest. And what happened next would change some people's outlook on the transformation of the West End and his life forever. A little more than a year later, after the initial traffic stop on March 16th, the year 2000, Fulton County deputies Richie Kinchin and Algernon English would arrive in Atlanta's West End to serve the warrant. After finding Al-Amin's home empty, they would begin to leave when they were said to spot a black Mercedes, his car, pulling into the neighborhood. The deputies would turn around and confront the driver, and in seconds, the streets would explode with gunfire. English would be shot 4 times, with Kitchen being fatally wounded, dying at Grady Memorial Hospital the very next day. The surviving officer, Algernon English, would go on to identify Al-Amin as the shooter, but questions seemed to rise almost immediately. He would admit that the shooter had gray eyes, with Al-Amin's eyes being brown. He would say that the shooter was hit during the exchange, yet when captured 4 days later in Whitehall, Alabama, Al-Amin had no wounds to his body. After U.S. Marshals tracked him to Alabama, allegedly using a blood trail found near the scene, when they would arrest him, Jamil Al-Amin was said to be wearing body armor with firearms allegedly discovered nearby, with one of those guns apparently being linked back to the deputy shooting. But there was no DNA on the weapons, no fingerprints, and the blood found at the scene did not match the Amin or either one of the officers, with the state claiming it was animal blood and Al-Amin's defense team calling it a cover-up. Then comes a curveball, a guy by the name of Otis Jackson, who was actually another inmate and would go on to confess to the killings himself, saying that he was wounded in the firefight and limped through the neighborhood, knocking on doors, with a lot of the details of his confession matching 911 calls that were made that night. But after alleged threats by prison guards, Jackson would recant his statement, only later to reaffirm his confession in a sworn affidavit, with the judge in Al-Amin's case apparently refusing to allow it into evidence. And on May 9th, 2002, almost exactly 2 years to the shooting of the deputies, Jamil Al-Amin would be convicted on 13 counts, including murder and aggravated assault. And 4 days later, he would be sentenced to life without parole. His appeals would go on to be denied by the Georgia Supreme Court in 2004 and by the U.S. Supreme Courts in 2020. In 2007, he was transferred to the most notorious prison that the U.S. has to offer, ADX Florence in Colorado, America's most notorious federal supermax prison. There, he would spend years in solitary confinement, no visitors, no interviews, and no public voice. After years of those conditions, in 2004, Al-Amin would be diagnosed with an illness named multiple myeloma. I saw reports where he was apparently moved to Butner's Medical Center and then later USP Tucson. And by 2025, he would develop a large, life-threatening tumor. And after public pressure, he was finally transferred to a federal medical facility for care. To law enforcement, Jamil Al-Amin was a radical who never let power go. But to his community, he was a shepherd who stood in the gap when no one else would. A man who buried the dead, clothed the poor, and pushed back against the system that he never trusted. His supporters say he was targeted, not for what he did, but for who he was. And the nation never forgave him for being H. Brown, with the revolution coming to an end, but the surveillance never did. To this day, Amin Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin remains behind bars, his health fading, his appeals exhausted, but to the people who still say his name in prayer, he's not forgotten, not silenced, and not done. Now, I definitely need y'all in the comment box so I can see y'all thoughts on this situation. If we got any natives of Atlanta's West End, I definitely want y'all to tap in below. Or any of my people from Atlanta, y'all enlighten me on the history of the West End. Was it really that wild? And did it change like that in a matter of years? And definitely anybody that has any knowledge of the Amin in Atlanta, we definitely want to hear from y'all. Y'all make sure y'all hit that red bell and subscribe button right under this video so y'all know when this real Trill Spill shit is dropping. Y'all definitely get in the comment box below. Y'all let me know what cities we need to go to, what stories we need to tell, what we missed, what we got wrong, all of that. And definitely make sure y'all tap in with me directly on Instagram, Twitter, POP_A_LOT. And until the next play, you know how we rocking. Shades pop a lot. Salute the almighty mob.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this documentary we just watched?
Okay, very, very informative. You know what I'm
Shabaka?
saying? Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There are public schools that are blocks away.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so, you know, that brother there, he made his legacy in our history, and he should go down there in the historical archives of our people, along with Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, Huey P. Newton, Bobby Seale, and what have you, because that was a very, very turbulent time in history of the 1960s and the early 70s. And then keep in mind is that part of Hoover's counterintelligence program is that he couldn't get him on no legal stuff. So he resorted to character assassination. And with Mr. Al-Amin right here, this was no different, you say.
Right.
And just like our sister down there in Cuba,
Kenny Green, raw perspective, concrete and steel.
You see? And the same thing with HP.
Yeah, solid before.
Yeah, exactly. And the same thing with all the other unsung heroes who are out there who were targeted with this, how should I say, illegal policing acts or Gestapo tactics, as Malcolm said, to put it factually. Yeah, all that. That there wasn't nothing but the damn SS, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, that there wasn't nothing, man, but
the SS learned from the Jim Crow South, Shabaka. The SS learned from the Jim Crow South.
Yeah, exactly. You see, yeah. Now, see, so what does that go to tell you right there? You see, And then this particular individual who you got functioning there, number 47, man, who is he taking his lessons from? Gary, Himmler, Hitler. You know what I'm saying?
Al Capone.
Yeah, all that. That dude is all that shit rolled up in the one.
John Dillinger.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, who was sentenced to Alcatraz, by the way. That he was talking about opening back up. And the dude, he needs to set the example. Go up there, open up Alcatraz, and he needs to move in. You see, and do his time. Lead by example.
But he didn't get charged in California, Shabaka. He got charged.
No, Alcatraz. No, brother Chad, hold it. Alcatraz is a federal joint, not a state joint.
He didn't get charged federally though. He didn't get convicted federally. He got convicted statewide
in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Well, hopefully they could dig up some federal violations on his sorry ass, because I'm sure there is.
Now, this Epstein shit, if he gets in trouble with the Epstein shit, that'll be federal.
Oh, okay. All right, then he can move in out there to Alcatraz, because like I said,
they won't complete that investigation until after he's out of office.
How convenient. How convenient. And they're already lining up J.D. Vance. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, J.D.
Yeah, they're lining up old J.D. You know what I mean?
This video was talking about. So Ace Rap Brown passed away. This brother, I guess, you're gonna give us an update on that.
On the 23rd, and we have to acknowledge him because his role in the culture and helping Black people was so instrumental. But not only Black people, because let me explain this to you, right? As time went on, he got with other nationalities, and it was really about who's broke and who's being pimped out by the system and who's not being pimped out by the system. So a lot of times the things that divide us be a blur. They don't always be what's real. There's people up and there's people down. That's what it really comes down to.
Nah, it's still race first.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. You see, this is what I mean by with your generations. After me, you see, they want to get you off of race first, is because, see, that's what they fear the most of if we deal with race first. That's what they're in fear of. It is because we built this goddamn country, if not this whole fucking hemisphere. You see what I mean? And then, and if we all on a collective basis say, you know what, guess what? We did build this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And goddamn it, we need to get paid for it. You see? So this is what I was saying that you've heard me over the years on Shabaka'S Blacc Experience Enhanced say race first, do for self. The reparations is a debt that is owed, and the only thing it's going to do is get submerged right back into the U.S. economy. But what the difference is, with us building up for ourselves, you see? And then you other groups, you got to go hold your own nuts. Can't do that inclusive shit no more.
H. Rap Brown, who says the only thing the white man respects is the gun, speaks out on violence in American life.
I say violence is necessary. Violence is a part of America's culture. It is as American as cherry pie. American taught the Black people to be violent. People recognize, and the poor people recognize first, what it takes to get the man off your back, what it takes to get freedom in America. America used violence to secure her freedom, and they used us every time in a war, participate in violence to ensure her freedom. Individuals do not create rebellions, conditions do. Until they begin to address themselves to those conditions, rebellions will continue and they will escalate. We learned well from America. Violence is a part of American culture, and Black folks are a part of America. So therefore, if we accept any of your culture at this point, it will be your violent nature. Each time a Black church is bombed or burnt, that is violence in our streets. Each time a Black body is found in the swamps of Mississippi and Alabama, that is violence in our land. Each time black right workers cannot be protected by the government, that is anarchy. Each time a police officer shoots and kills a black teenager, that is urban crime. You see, we recognize America for what it is, the Fourth Reich. And we tell America to be on notice, because if you are gonna play Nazis, black folks ain't gonna play Jews. Yeah, man. At this point, I want to address myself to the so-called Negro leaders who find it their will and their right to condone the sending of federal troops rather than federal aid to the impoverished and war-stricken people of rebellions. We say to these leaders, there is something morally wrong with your analysis of America's political situation. How can you tell black people to be nonviolently and at the same time condone the sending of white killers into the black communities? It's something wrong. The question has been raised about why black men fight and have fought for this country. It is the black man's implacable will to be free that makes him fight for this country. And it is that same will that will make him fight this country. The word Negro is a word coined for black people to lose their identity. They were given the term Negro, which means nothing, has no significance as far as black people are concerned. Negro is not a race. Black constitutes a race. Negro does not constitute a race. Black people have to begin to identify with the word black and with other black people, not Negroes. You don't decide what I am. You see, animals and slaves are named after and by their masters. Men name themselves.
Hey, all right. He's right about that. Yeah, he was damn right about that. And Toby syndrome.
That's exactly what we did. We named our damn selves foundational Black Americans.
And then
everyone else
they don't want to give us no credit for nothing. For sure, but they could point out the highest amount of crime in the black community. And as the X-Man said, in the black community, you got the highest amount of crime. You have the highest amount of police. So surely the cops must be in cahoots with the criminals.
Yep. All right, I got a few more clips on A$AP Brown.
All right.
You had missed the Shabaka, but I had covered this extensively on this past weekend.
Yeah, I was out there on the highways. Yeah, California and Nevada.
Hey, did you have a good trip?
Nope, I got my car. I got problems with my car. I got to go check on tomorrow. Damn check engine light came on and shit, and got the maintenance required light up there. Yeah, but at least that motherfucker didn't leave me stranded, though. You know.
Honestly, I don't understand. We're just showing arresting A$AP Brown, several other Panthers.
Okay. Is it by any chance a silent film?
No, they just don't have no sound.
I say violence is necessary. Violence is a part of America's culture. It is as American as cherry pie. American taught the black people to be violent. We will use that violence to rid ourselves of oppression if necessary. We will be free by any means necessary. And we also say, to extend that, if black leaders continue to aid in the genocidal attempt of America to execute and eliminate black people, then they shall be considered as enemies also of black people.
Sound like Chairman Sekou.
Tell them to shoot at Lady Bird. I say if they give me a gun and tell me to shoot my enemy, I might shoot you.
Damn. Damn.
Them crackers are singing "Oh Happy Day" in the comments.
Brown, are you under arrest?
It's like, he's gone. Another race.
I am supposedly free. However, it's a shaky freedom because I'm standing on America's territory right here. That's the only thing that's keeping the racist honky cops out there from coming up here, because I'm supposed to be on federal ground, whatever that means. What happens next? What are you going to do when you leave federal ground? Well, I'm going to stay here on the steps. I'm going to build a house right here. I don't want 40. Yeah, I don't want 40 acres and a mule. I just want some lumber. I'm gonna build a house. Did the U.S. attorney tell you why he released you from the charges that originally were arraigned for? He finally dug how ridiculous they were. He knew he didn't have nothing on me in the beginning. He was just holding me until the honkies got here from Maryland. He made that clear. Detective from Alexandria. Who attempted to serve a warrant on you upstairs? As I walked out of the cell, two big animal-like, blue-eyed, pale devils come up and grab me on the arm and tell me I'm under arrest. However, I know more of their law than they do. I knew I was in a federal building. I don't know the honky. You see one, you see them all. Get off me, man! Get your off of me! Wait a minute. Let me go, bro. Let me go, bro. This is federal property. Okay, I'm under. Let me go. Hold on. Let the man go.
Just type in H. Brad Brown arrested in 1976.
Yeah.
I actually have my father on the phone. I'm going to put him on speaker and see if we can't hear him give salams at least.
Yes.
Abby? Hold on. Can y'all hear this?
Wa alaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah.
They can barely hear you. He says, is there anything you need him to do?
Imam, we just ask that you stay strong and that you hold on. And, you know, you have instilled in us so much hope in everything that you have taught through your writings, through your teachings. And we want you to remember that you are not forgotten and that we are here on the outside trying to do everything we can and trying to recruit whoever we can to help you.
I appreciate everything that y'all doing. But you know, the prophet used to say, he's blessed me more. He said, struggle is my marriage, devotion is my art, and my pleasure is my prayer. He called Islam is a fair. Father is a fair. It's a constant struggle. So whatever y'all doing, y'all and I appreciate everything that you're doing.
Yeah, may that brother rest in power.
I got one more and then move to the next topic.
All right.
That's the interview he did. 1984 was about
It's 12 noon. We're live on City Line High.
Yeah, that's when old Grecian Formula 16 got reelected.
Marches, demonstrations, riots, busing, burning, and black power.
We selected.
In the middle of it all with the crowd, America has to come around or black people are going to burn it down.
H-Rap Brown coined that phrase. Whatever happened to H-Rap Brown? What has he been doing during the past 50 years? Today, he's a Muslim minister, Jamil Al-Amin.
Supporting presidential candidates. Where do the nation's black congressmen stand? I'm T. Montier, and we'll take a look at that.
And on this week's entertainment page, we
All
have
them
Luther
black
Vandross
congressmen
singing his
need to be
hit
standing in
Superstar.
the reception line going to fucking jail.
Minister Jamil Al-Amin is with us today on City Line, and we'll talk to him about the state of Black America today.
All of this and more when City Line continues.
Good afternoon and happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers in the audience, and welcome to today's edition of City Line. As we said in the beginning of the show, our guest today is a very special guest. He is Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, formerly H. Rap Brown, and he's with us today from Atlanta, where he is now a Muslim minister. Welcome. I guess probably the way to get into the discussion is just to simply ask you, Jamil Al-Amin, whatever happened to H. Rap Brown?
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. I seek refuge in Allah from shaitan the accursed. I begin with the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful. I seek refuge in Allah from misleading and from being misled, from betraying and being betrayed into ignorance by others. I think that the question is rhetorical in the sense that whatever happened to anyone else, if they're still living it, there's a reflection either of growth or a kind of deterioration going backward. I think Islam in my life represents a kind of a sense of growth. In the 60s, most people were familiar with me as a result of the movement. And in the 60s, the movement was essentially around human rights. I think Islam is a platform, it is a program in which Allah has enabled us to have a better sense of what human rights are about, and how to bring about the human rights.
Now, your message, at least the message that we were getting through the media, the mass media, was burn this town down or whatever, especially our own community of Cambridge, Maryland. What is your message today?
The Muslim's message is that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. Speaking of Muhammad ibn Abdullah, who lived 1400 years ago, who was an Arab by birth, but who Allah says is a messenger that was sent for all mankind. Again, the platform of human rights deals within the fact that we understand and we believe that there is a creator, that a creator has created man and has not left him without guidance. Tactically, in the 60s, the message was not only a thing of just burn or destruction, but it was a kind of idea or thought of, if there is no redress of grievance, then people have a right to express themselves or to try and bring about a situation whereby their grievance can be met, in a fashion, in the fashion where they would be satisfied. It's not just blindly burning and looting as it was projected. I think that image was projected for a certain reason, but in fact, I don't think that was the case, and nor is it the case in any struggle or revolution historically.
I want to remind all listeners at home and viewers at home that you can join in our discussion by calling us at 481-1313, and you can talk to me in. I think it is important, however, for a whole generation of people who really don't know who H. Rap Brown was, before we learn a little bit more about who Jamil Al-Amin is, that we just briefly recap some things from the 60s. During the 60s, I guess you first came to notoriety as the chairman of the Student Nonviolence Coordinating Committee. And in that role, you were first perceived, I guess, in terms of national publicity in Cambridge, doing shortly before making a 45-minute speech, shortly before the town, 2 square blocks of the town were burned down. What was your actual role in that?
I was invited to Cambridge. Cambridge had a history of
racism,
for lack of a better word, of racial disturbances. Even before I came into Cambridge, the school had been burnt at least 2 weeks before. I spoke in Cambridge, and after speaking in Cambridge, there was a crowd of African Americans who attended the speech of the rally. There was a lady who wanted to be escorted home, and in doing so, we went across the Race Street. There's a street in Cambridge known as Race Street. And in escorting the lady home, and it's not only myself, but a crowd of people, you know, I was ambushed by the police. In other words, they opened fire on us. I was shot.
You were actually hit?
Yes, I was. I was shot. And from that point, taken to the infirmary. At that point, nothing had happened. From leaving the infirmary, you know, I left town. The next day, I saw on TV that I was indicted. I had been indicted for inciting to riot, and that people had burned Cambridge. Cambridge wasn't that much to burn anyway. You know.
Okay, we'd like to continue our discussion on your role in the 60s and who Jamil Al-Amin is today, right after we go to these messages.
We're back on City Line talking to our special guest, Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, formerly H. Rap Brown, by way of identification only, of course. But before the break, Minister Amin, you were talking about your involvement in the Cambridge situations during the mid-60s. You just said that you had been ambushed and then arrested or charged, and then you can pick it up from there.
No, I left the area and I was placed in indictment. I was indicted for inciting the riot, but I was not brought back into the area because when I was arrested, it was in Washington, D.C., and we fought extradition, and which went on for a few years before ultimately I came back to Maryland to face the charges. But again, it was a thing that had been contrived because during that particular time, the movement had gained a kind of momentum in certain communities whereby people were rebelling around the country. And no one person causes rebellions. It is a condition. In other words, as given by, even in 1984, you see Miami, which rebelled against certain conditions. The fact that a police officer went up and he shot a man in Miami, and the community exploded around that particular incident, which speaks about conditions that exist. And I think it is a common kind of thing that always will exist. Men will fight against oppression. Allah has said in Quran, fight ye tyranny and oppression, for tyranny and oppression is worse than slaughter.
Imam Al-Amin, you know, you came to prominence as a result of, to national prominence, I guess, as a result of the Cambridge riots or civil disorders. But another individual came to national prominence as a result of the reaction against that effort, Spiro Agnew. Do you feel some guilt? Who was then governor of Maryland and who made a strong pitch against you personally, a strong personal indictment against you. Do you feel some guilt as a result of of giving Spiro Agnew the opportunity to come to the forefront?
Spiro Agnew.
No, I think that he was not a kind of a strange phenomena as people would project. I think that he was part and parcel of the kind of thing that has been developing in America and that continues to develop. As a matter of fact, I think the current administration is, you know, within the style or within the context of Spiro Agnew. So I don't think that it was a thing that had
the Reagan administration
kind of mutation that occurred in the political system of America. I think he's part and parcel of what politicians are in America. You know, so I think that he was an opportunist who saw a certain situation in which he tried to take advantage of. And it's the same rule of thumb that's used today. Politicians, they see certain opportunities in which they try to take advantage of.
Alrighty, we've been asking our
41 years old.
and
Still
joining our
relevant
discussion.
today.
We have callers waiting right now. Hi, would you like to talk with Minister Amin?
Yes, hello.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I would like to know what Mr. Amin's feelings are on the comment that Louis Farrakhan made about the black reporter. He should be killed for the Jaime remark. Could you speak to that, please? Thank you.
Thank you for the call.
Fuck you, cracker.
What do I feel about his comment concerning an action to be taken against any person? Again, that's his personal comment. I think that
he said what he said.
We have a wrong concept of what peoplehood is. I think that, as Allah has pointed out in the Quran, peoplehood is determined by belief. Historically, the African American community or the African community has never been united on the basis of blood or race. There has always been segments within those communities that have, on the basis of belief, done other things. And not only true with the Africans, but historically with mankind. Again, Cain and Abel were blood brothers. One killed the other based upon belief. So belief is the criteria to determining peoplehood. And I think that in determining where a person stands, it is, to hear his belief and whether you respect it or not, or whether you're in opposition to his belief or not, but to understand that race is not the governing factor in terms of what people are about. Allah has said in Quran, He created the races that men might get to know each other, not that they would despise each other. The best amongst you is he who is most righteous. The companions asked the prophet, what is righteousness? He says, good behavior.
In looking over the 20-year period since you were in the limelight, so to speak, how much has changed for Black America?
Again, when you speak of Black America, again, you would have to give me a better definition as to who you're talking about when you say Black America, because the African American is as American, even in some instances more American than the European American. Again, his belief is grounded in the fact that America is such a country in which he can live with, or that he loves, or that he expresses desire to be a part of.
This is the patriotic Black.
Well, it is anybody who expresses that belief. So again, by definition, if you can define who you mean when you say Black America, maybe I can speak to the question that you raised. Black America is not just a segment of people because of race, but it deals with belief. Again, there was an article in the paper this morning when I was leaving Atlanta, Georgia, in which it dealt with an African-American Muslim who is in the Marines, who refused to fight in Lebanon and Grenada, and so therefore he is being court-martialed. Again, he is in the Marines, he's an American, but his belief was of such that, he said that I would not go over and fight these particular people.
And so you would segment the Black community in quotes into various segments, those who believe in this, those who believe in that, those who believe in that, as opposed to looking at it as a whole?
I think it, by necessity, it has to be. There's a quote again in which it says that concerning the Negro, the African American, he said he is the exaggerated American. In other words, I always look at it in a sense, if America loves red, he won't hot pink. So again, he takes it to a degree beyond that because of the belief. It's the belief that governs or controls any and every individual. If he believes that he's an American, then he's an American. So how do you define, categorize one person as, because of race, as not being an American, which is the governing factor? Yeah.
Hello, you're live on City Line.
Yeah, someone like to ask, does he feel that his life is in danger for his beliefs as of changing over from the rap, X-rap round of the 60s as to the Muslim of today?
The Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him, has said, go out every day as if you will die in the evening. So death is not a governing factor in terms of the struggle that must be waged. I think that the reality of death, confronts us all. Every time you go out, you don't know whether you're going to come back. Right. So again, it is a situation whereby, you give thought or you reflect upon it in the sense that you say that, again, in the context, there are certain things that have to be accomplished.
But do you feel like you're being followed around or monitored? COINTELPRO, for example, during the 60s, monitored your activities very heavily. Do you still feel that pressure?
No, but that's not to say that I'm not under surveillance or that they don't pay attention. You would be naive to think that, because again, the whole Islamic program goes against the grain of what America is today. So it is not a thing of to be unaware that that they still understand what I'm about, and I understand what they are about.
Okay, let's take another call. Hi, you're on City Line.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum, Brother Amin.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
How do you compare the treatment of the human rights issue in the religion of Allah, Islam, and other ideologies?
Islam is not an ideology. Islam is based upon belief. And I think we have to be clear in that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has revealed certain things as truth. And ideology stems from the fact that men have mentally put together certain ideas that appeals to their appetites or their desires, such as the ideas that came about as a result of the Greek and the Romans, the Greco-Roman, Judeo-Christian kind of ideas that brought about Western civilization. The idea of freedom, and freedom is no more than an idea. And when we look at it closely, we see that it is not a sound idea, a good idea, because Allah has not created man to be free. He has created him to be slave by the fact that we have to eat and we have to breathe air and that we live and that we die, meaning that we are indeed subservient to a greater force. So it is not a belief, but it is not an idea rather, but it is a belief, and Allah has given the belief, and the belief is superior to the idea. So the belief that Allah has said that mankind should be about is that they believe in Allah, that they believe that there's no God but one God, and in the worship of God that there are certain guidance, certain guidelines that we must follow.
Minister Amin, we're going to take a break and come back and continue our discussion in just a moment.
Amy's good one again.
Yeah, do you remember the show? Do you remember the show?
No. Democracy Now! Is her show. Democracy Now! Is her show.
Community calendar.
But she's been coming on for at least 40 years that I know of.
Yeah, Amy Goodman. But do you remember this show?
On May 26th at the Hyatt Regency. Guest speaker
H-Rap Brown show?
An
This
entertainment
show that we're
provided
watching
by
right
Blue
now.
August. The banquet begins
No,
at
sir,
6
I don't
p.m.
remember the show. They probably only showed it in the East.
Person, which includes dinner and a cash bar. For ticket information, call 841-3697.
Because, you know, they do that, you know. All these cable networks, you know, they'll have shows mainly all up and down. The East Coast, Midwest.
Oh, Baltimore.
Yeah, see, I figured he was on the East, yeah. That's what Brother Isaiah is.
If your group or organization would like to announce an event, please write us in care of City Line, WJZ-TV, Television Hill, Baltimore, Maryland, 21211. Or call us for further information at 466-0013.
Now, what I would do is jot this motherfucker's number down, man, and call him up and let him each time we do a show.
We're back live on City Line, and our guest today
This was back
is
in the 80s.
Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin.
Oh, okay.
H-Rap Brown by way
This
of
was back in
notification.
84.
And we're going to take an audience question.
Okay.
An audience from the question. Yes, sir.
Yes, one of the hottest
You
issues
can
today,
tell by what they're
particularly
wearing.
for Blacks, is the situation
Yeah,
with
them
Jesse
wide
Jackson running
ties.
for president. What do you personally feel about that? Do you
Yeah, she probably felt like
support Jesse
put it in
Jackson?
high grade, though.
Yeah.
And what impact does that have on Blacks in America at this particular point in time?
She was right there. She just
Again, you know, to assume for the sake of the discussion that Blacks do comprise a different group than other Americans.
they're working out their own budget.
I think that Jesse's running is a decision that he has made,
Don't mess
and I
with
think that
Jesse.
it is important to him. And there are people who support him because of the belief that he emanates, and it is important.
I
to him.
am
Now,
seeing
the
that.
value of the electoral process.
Yeah, man, I remember seeing him with that bullshit
Again, I
at
think
Watch
that,
Stacks.
it is bankrupt. Again, I think what better way to enslave a man than give him the vote and call him free? I think that the values, the ethics, and the morals of what America represents, you know, is at such a low ebb in humanity at the time that it has to be questioned. There has to be a reevaluation as to what America represents, what it is about, the ethics and the morals of this country.
Imam Al-Amin, you would then disagree with Minister Louis Farrakhan, who has encouraged the Nation of Islam to join in the political process to support Jesse Jackson.
I disagree with the concept of the electoral process.
Yep.
I think that it is worthless. I think that what does it profit a man to vote and not be able to vote for a candidate of his choice? And I think these are some of the questions that have been raised. You know, how do you choose between Reagan and Mondale, or Reagan and anybody else who runs when anyone
Yeah,
who
that
runs
part.
has to go and fight for the defense budget? It is not a question as to whether
All
the
that.
president is black or white. It means that he still has to go and fight for the defense budget the next year.
Well, how would you change it then to make it much more representative?
Well, Allah says in the Quran that verily he will not change the condition of people until they change that which is in themselves, until they change that which is in their hearts. It deals with the values, the morals, and the ethics of what man is today. When you see a kind of image that has come forth, that has been projected, an image like Boy George, which represents a kind of collective desire, a collective worship of mankind, whereby
Yeah,
we
that
see,
motherfucker was
kind of
1/6
it is a
sight.
mutation of what
Yeah.
man is about. It is a situation where the
Boy
values and the
George.
morals have brought about a condition of moral corruption
Oh my
to
God.
the point where this person becomes an image that is projected into the households to the extent that
Yeah,
you
what's
find
the
both
crime again?
black and white, if you choose to look at it on the basis of race, children
I don't
imitating this particular image.
But what about Michael Jackson? Since you've
Same
thrown
thing.
it? So it's the very same.
Same thing.
But
Again,
you raised the issue of morals and values and judgment. let's take you back to 1971. In 1971,
Wow,
the
that's the
newspapers,
same year my mom was
the
born.
media portrayed you as a hoodlum, thug, criminal. After being the leader of SNCC, after talking about Black Revolution, you were shot during a robbery of a liquor store.
I was convicted for robbing. That's the place in which I was accused of robbing. I point out that until today I've never been in that place. But again, as to doing the time,
but you were shot when you were picked up.
Shot, yes, and did the time for it.
You were not shot there, you saying?
No, I was shot on the street
and
from
did
where
the
they
time.
say the incident occurred. I was shot on the rooftop down the street from where they say the incident occurred, and I did 5 years.
And during that period of time, during the time that you were in jail in New York State, you were converted.
I became Muslim in 71. I don't have a problem with being identified as being a hoodlum or whatever else. It doesn't make any difference. Again, because even if that were the case in 71, again, Allah says He will not change the condition of people until they change that which is in themselves.
Yeah.
I do not come forth and say that I am without fault or anything like that. It's not the point. The point is that there is something better. There is something that man can aspire to. There is something that man can be other than that which has been projected, other than the concept of what America has defined, the definition that America has defined man as. There is a definition for man that exceeds that, that goes beyond that. And it deals with morals, and it deals with ethics, and it deals with the fact that, man serves or worships his creator, for Allah says He has created man and jinn but to worship Him.
Let me interrupt you for a moment. Let's take another phone call from one of our viewers. Hi, you're live on City Line.
Yes, hello.
Yes, do you have a question or a comment?
Mr. Brown. He said, originally I'm from Cambridge, Maryland, and I was there the day that this happened, the evening. And he said that Cambridge wasn't that much to burn down, which is sort of true, but he incited the riot.
Oh, my God, dude.
Along with, okay.
Go ahead.
Did you ask him, does he remember Gloria Richardson?
Yes,
Gloria Chester?
Yes, I know Gloria. Yes.
Is there a question or a comment or a point that you wish to make?
Well, I just wanted him to know that I was there when it happened, and it did not happen on Race Street.
What did happen here?
I was shot after
He
crossing.
incited the riot on race and on time and fair.
All righty.
Well, wait a minute. Now you're saying, caller, that he incited the riot, and the minister is saying that he did not incite the riot. That he sent.
Burned down a lot of my property, my elementary school, and Cambridge has not been the same.
Oh,
since.
my God.
He really incited the riot because at that time everybody wasn't really educated, and they sort of listened at everything that he said.
Okay. Yeah, it's no argument there. But again, that's representative of the difference in Black America.
Say Cambridge wasn't
Yep,
that much
definitely.
burned
The
down.
difference in Black America.
It really is a shame because my property has, everything just went haywire since.
Yeah.
But you really should have some more meaning to why you're doing this, which I didn't really believe in anyway.
All righty. Thank you for the call.
That's the dichotomy in which I was speaking about belief. And again, the lady who is, she took affront to the fact that I say Cambridge wasn't much to burn down. And again, it's a thing of pride and vanity. The property that she lost, the property that she feels that she loves so dearly, then she will be denied of that property anyway when she goes to the grave.
Yes, you became a Muslim in 1971. What exactly is your specific cause now?
Oh, Lord, this
Again,
is
a Muslim is one who believes that there's no God but one God. Again, there are 5 pillars in Islam. The first pillar being that there is no the belief that there is no God but one God, and Muhammad, speaking of the Prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah, who lived 1400 years ago, that he was the prophet, the final prophet that Allah has sent in a chain of prophets. The second pillar is prayer 5 times a day. We pray 5 times a day in a prescribed manner and in prescribed times. Then there is the fast. The third pillar would be the fast during the month of Ramadan. We fast the entire month of Ramadan. The fourth pillar would be the payment of what is known as zakat, the charity, the poor rate. And the fifth pillar would be the Hajj. We say that once in our lifetime, if we're physically and financially able, we will make a pilgrimage to what Allah has said in the Quran is the first house that has been built for worship of mankind. Those are the 5 pillars of Islam. And the Muslim's belief is that he believes in all of these pillars and he puts it into a practice. For Islam, and there's no word in Arabic for religion. The word that is translated into English as religion, in Arabic, it is deen. And deen means a way of life. It is a total way of life, a complete way of life.
Imam, were you religious at all prior to your conversion to Islam?
Again, religious, by definition over here, deals with a kind of ritualistic going to institutions or to churches and things like spiritual.
But
I think.
Were you Christian, for example?
I came up with a Christian church. Yeah, I was, I was baptized and came up in the Christian church. But I think the essence of what you're asking deals with the spirituality of man more so than the institution that people.
No, I mean, did you go to church?
Yeah, I was baptized and went to church. Yes.
Okay.
He grew up in the church.
Following your release from prison, you went to Atlanta, and we're going to explore a little bit more on that as soon as we come back after we go to some messages. Right after this.
That's why he said this is a difference. Certain Black Americans and other.
We're continuing our discussion with Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, formerly H. Rap Brown. An interesting discussion, to say the least. I'd like to, just before the break, Dan mentioned you're going to Atlanta. You're now a Muslim minister in Atlanta, the imam of an area in the community. Is there any community activism now on your part in Atlanta?
Yes, every day. A Muslim, again, it is a way of life, and it is a way that is practiced on a daily basis. So every day there is activity. There's prayer 5 times a day. There's community involvement. There's activity with and interrelations with the community on a daily basis.
But Imam, you've given every indication that you feel that America is still basically the same as it was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Are you intending to be active like you were before in terms of speaking out nationally on issues?
I think America has gotten worse, more so than better. I think that when we observe the kind of things that are occurring outside of the realm of man's control, it should be a warning to us. America will be facing famine if the weather continues to wreak the havoc that it has. In other words, as long as the crops are being destroyed and no crops can be planted in the Midwest because of what's now again being termed the Dust Bowl, and because of the rain that comes throughout the year and the snows and the cold conditions, you're beginning to face a situation of drought and famine, much like that was faced during the time of Pharaoh. And I think it comes as a result of the crimes that have been committed against people.
So we're not heeding this?
No, I don't think there is the kind of adherence, the heeding to the warnings, to the signs. You look at the diseases that are common now, AIDS and herpes. These are plagues. These are things that have hit mankind.
Would you say that your philosophy now is more philosophical, obviously, than it was specific at the time? I mean, for example, get yourself some guns and burn this town down is very specific.
I think my belief is very specific.
The signs of famine is very generalistic to people who live in the middle of Atlanta or living in the middle of Baltimore, for example.
Well, again, it is a thing of belief. It is a thing of faith. It is generalistic to people who don't plant. But when you don't plant, you don't control what is grown.
Yep.
So it's very specific.
Okay, we're going to try to get one very quick call in before we end our discussion. Hi, would you like to talk to the Minister Al-Amin?
Yes, I would.
Quickly, please.
Okay. My original question was to know what made you convert, but after hearing about 71, I understand. I have a great concern for world peace. I would like to know, how would you get Allah and Jehovah to make one? Because I think if you never do, you'll never have world peace.
Thank you.
I think that's a matter of individual perception, because there is no God but one God. And again, the revelation that was sent, the last revelation, he identified himself as Allah. So again, it is a matter of personal perception as to how you perceive the one God.
All righty. I know that was perhaps an unfair thing to do to you, to give you that kind of a question in 15 seconds, but thank you for attempting that answer. Again, thank you for being our guest. It has been a pleasure.
All praise is due to Allah. And again, I seek refuge in Allah from misleading and from being misled. And if it's anything that of his benefit, then again, all praise is due to Allah.
Thank you again,
Thank you. Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, our guest today on City Line. We're going to take a break and come back with T. Monty.
Tia Monty. Remember Tia Monty, Shabaki?
Yeah. So these shows here, man, that you got up here, this material is coming from the 80s, early 90s.
84. The last time was, no. 83 was the last time your team did anything.
No, in 1984 we hosted the Olympics in 1984.
That's
at the LA Coliseum.
I'm talking about your team, not your city. Your team.
Well, Raiders, man, you know, they got to fire Pete Carroll. Get rid of his sorry ass. Raiders. Yeah, change your name or get the fuck out of town. That's the only thing I'm gonna say. I'm telling the motherfuckers, if they're gonna come with these buster ass records, man, they gotta raise up out the neighborhood. Fuck that.
Did you write the general manager yet?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna search his Facebook page, man, and tell the dude, man, just go ahead and resign, man. Take the damn coach with you too. Take Pete Carroll with you. You know what I mean?
Just tell him to run your page, Shabaka. Tell him to run you a fade.
Yeah. You know? She's crazy. You know?
Outside of Leisure Stadium.
Yeah, hell yeah. And the cold part about it is the Leisure Stadium is a nice ass stadium on the outside.
You know, I have the privilege of looking in on that game from one of my friends. It is a pretty nice stadium.
Yeah, it is.
It's a little cushy in there.
It's too nice for y'all.
Yeah, well, this is Sin City, man. You know, this is Sin City.
Y'all feel like you used to.
Yeah, you know, everybody's here in Sin City.
Y'all were doing something on the base field. It was 10-7. The wind. I blame the wind.
Yeah, it was pretty windy out here too.
It was like 30, 40 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, we get them out here.
On the game.
Yeah, we get them out here. Oakland really used to get some wins.
Yeah, she's talking about the Broncos Raiders game.
The game that just happened.
It just happened.
Yeah, the game that like 3 days ago.
Who did y'all play?
I'm asking
y'all
you.
Lost. Y'all 2-8. Yeah, who y'all lost?
Wait a minute.
I was playing at home.
And y'all lost.
Oh, you probably wasn't home yet.
He was on the road.
I was on the road.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was on the road.
Yeah, y'all had a home game. I got to see a little bit of it inside the stadium. It looked pretty nice.
Yeah,
so
we just said.
In other news, well, R.I.P. First of all, let's give our proper respects to the elder. R.I.P. to H. Rap Brown, Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin.
Yep. And he contributed to the cause. You know what I'm saying? He took blows upside the head. You know what I'm saying? He's been jumped on by the police many times.
You hear he was spitting lines back then.
Mm-hmm. Well, what the rhymes are is rhythm and poetry, commonly referred to as rap.
So we've been rapping for a long time.
Yeah, over 100 years that I know of.
Mm-hmm. So, Letitia, what are your closing thoughts?
I don't know. I think I like both the past and how he was.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The one where he's sitting on the couch.
Yeah.
He just got a little bit his language just became a little bit more eloquent.
Yeah.
and I really enjoyed the protesting stuff more.
Yeah.
But the fact that he was still hitting them with the bars,
yeah.
like Jesus Christ. That's what I inspired.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's where I was going with the other day, right? When I was talking to them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like this is nothing unusual about how I spoke, but like at least you can see that he's making the same hard hitting jabs.
Yep.
Except a little bit more eloquently and better minus my favorites, the colorful language.
Yeah.
That was my favorite.
He got interviewed by a bunch of fools and he was lighting their asses up.
Exactly.
Okay, now I'm gonna tell you. Now I'm gonna tell you somebody who roasted your boy Wesley, man, pretty bad. I kind of felt sorry for him.
Who?
That was Sister Soldier on the Phil Donahue show.
Oh yeah. She gave him that work. It was several.
Yeah, she gave all the motherfuckers that business. You know, what she had stated is that she's a black woman in America.
Not Wesley. You talking about Cornel West?
Yeah, Cornel West. Yeah, and she was saying is that, you know, that she has nothing in the educational system to show her place in the society of the American social order. You see what I mean?
Yeah, and she was right.
The only thing, she was right. The only thing we're supposed to be is janitors, busboys, ass scratchers, yassa bosses, you know, Rochester, that kind of bullshit.
Yeah, ladies, see how they look.
Yeah.
Together, poor thing. Like, no space for you. Yeah. Just keep yourself. Couldn't comb your hair, huh?
And then,
you couldn't iron them pants.
No.
Yeah, that's probably shit. He's like, worry about your own makeup.
Right.
Beverly.
Right.
You can see that they probably argue all day long until the show.
Yeah.
Probably do.
All right, so switching gears. Big rest in power to H. Rap Brown. You were gone, definitely not forgotten, and the struggle continues on.
Yeah, and he contributed as best as he could to the cause.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and for our audience out there, is that you have to remember, people, during the civil rights movement and the Black empowerment era, I think Dr. Newton had said it correctly, that once you get on that path, you must realize that you are doomed.
Yep. You see how they asked him, do you feel like you're still being surveillanced?
Yeah, I mean, that was an understatement. Of course, the man was being surveillanced.
Oh, you're an Imam. Oh, you're an Imam in Atlanta now.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, the J. Edgar Hoover building got it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they named it that.
That's why they came after him in 2000. They was just setting it. They was setting it up for him to take the fall in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
What, 25
years ago.
24 years prior to him getting the third charge. So they charged him with murder.
Yeah.
And he ended up dying in Arizona. He died in Arizona. He didn't even die in Colorado. He died in Arizona.
Okay.
All right, so switching gears, the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
Oh,
Trump
absolutely.
Pardons Darryl Strawberry for prior tax evasion.
Oh, wait a minute. He pardoned him for tax evasion?
Yep.
That's a
prior
first.
Tax evasion.
I ain't never heard of a motherfucker getting pardoned for tax evasion.
Yeah.
He's a 3-time World Series champion, an 8-time All-Star, and now the recipient of a presidential pardon. Today, Donald Trump pardoned former Mets legend Darryl Strawberry, expunging his guilty plea to a federal tax fraud charge. Sports anchor Sam Ryan is here with details. Sam?
Yeah, a legendary career at times marred by a tax evasion conviction and drug use that wiped clean today when President Trump made the surprising move to pardon baseball star Darryl Strawberry. For all of his brilliance on the baseball diamond, Strawberry had his share of struggles off the field. His career plagued by drug, health, and personal issues. And in 1995, he pleaded guilty to a charge of tax evasion. He served time behind bars on 2 separate occasions, as recently as 2003. Strawberry says President Trump called him yesterday and, quote, spoke warmly about my baseball days in New York City, praising me as one of the greatest players of the 1980s and celebrating the Mets. He added that This has nothing to do with politics. It's about a man, President Trump, caring deeply for a friend. Strawberry, you may recall, was on season 3 of Trump's Celebrity Apprentice.
Oh,
TV show.
Lord.
Today, the president praised Strawberry for
He was on The Apprentice.
debt to the government.
Oh, yeah,
after
he
the
was on The
tax evasion charge,
Apprentice.
but also his role
Yeah,
as
I liked the
minister
Trump when he had The Apprentice.
You're fired.
Yeah, that's what you tell him. You're fired. You know? And every time a motherfucker ever told me that I was fired, you know what my next question was? Hey, man, start digging in your pocket.
Right.
Start digging, pay me my money, and I'll be on my way.
Oh my God, they got a video of Oakland, Shabaka, Tent City, inside America's
it's looking.
capital.
Yeah, look at it, man. It's horrible.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if there's another story about this. Oh shit.
Yeah, and then you say that old Mayor Shane Kyle that she got busted, man, for what now?
Oh, they did this one. Tax. I think it was tax embezzlement. She embezzled like millions of dollars. Oh,
from the city of Oakland.
Yeah. I wish I would have played this one.
All right, what you got?
The legal team of Black Power activist Jamil Al-Amin says they will continue to fight for their client's rights following his death. He passed away in prison after spending more than 2 decades there after being convicted of a death of a Fulton County Sheriff's deputy. Atlanta News First Lonnie Latang spoke with his lawyer.
Everywhere he was a positive influence. He was a leader. He didn't turn that off because he was incarcerated.
82-year-old Jamil Al-Amin, a vocal leader of the Black Power movement, died in a North Carolina prison hospital Sunday. Al-Amin had been serving a life sentence for the 2000 death of a Fulton County deputy. His latest lawyer, Mawali Davis, tells us he had been battling stage 4 cancer. Al-Amin had been known widely as H. Rat Brown. He had been a leader in the Blacc Panther Party, a chair of the Student Nonviolence Coordinating Committee. Al-Amin decried policing in Black communities, famously once stating that violence is as American as cherry pie.
He was clear, and that was something that needed to be said, and it continues to be said. In many ways, he was ahead of his time in terms of really exposing the level of state violence that happens within predominantly Black and poor communities.
In the 1970s, he converted to Islam, adopting the name Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin. He became an imam, a mosque leader in Atlanta. In 2000, 2 Fulton County deputies had been shot while trying to serve a search warrant to Al-Amin outside his grocery store. One deputy died, the other injured.
The family and the legal team have been getting phone calls from all over the world. He was respected as a leader in the Muslim community. He was, iconic.
Prosecutors tied guns and bullets to Al-Amin, while his defense argued no fingerprints on the gun, also claiming he had been under FBI surveillance for decades. His name, H. Rat Brown, appearing in these FBI memos from 1967 and 1968, provided to Atlanta News First.
They were told to be creative, the agents, to do whatever they could to disrupt and prevent a leader like him, because he was charismatic, he was intelligent, and he was committed to social justice and to human rights.
Davis says Al-Amin continued to maintain his innocence. This May, his legal team filed a motion for a new trial, claiming he had an unfair trial.
What is lost now that Al-Amin is gone?
A part of history. He was a part of history. He will forever be a part of history. And it's our hope that we can clarify the record as it relates to his conviction.
I'm Lonnie Latang, Atlanta News First.
So reminds me of Sekou.
Consider ourselves as the
all right. So Letitia James and James Comey. The indictment cases have been dropped and closed. Trump administration plans to appeal.
Oh yeah, man, that dumpster, man, is a joke.
He's a mob boss.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is.
And it's like Cornel West said, it's gangsterism.
Yeah, that's it. That's all Trump is doing, nothing more than gangsterism.
So judge throws out indictments against James Comey and Letitia James.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking news.
So Judge Cameron Curry ruling that the appointment of an interim U.S. attorney, Lindsay Halligan, was invalid. Our correspondent Mark Meredith is reporting live on this. Breaking news. He's got brand new details out of Washington for us. Hi, Mark.
Sandra, I sure do. Good afternoon to you. Well, the Justice Department's case against both the former FBI Director James Comey as well as the New York Attorney General Letitia James was already facing some serious scrutiny. And today's ruling means, at least for now, both cases will be dismissed. But we are waiting to see if the Department of Justice may try to do this again. Comey was indicted back in September, accused of lying to Congress. The charge had that statute of limitations, meaning there was only a small window left for this case to be brought. And Comey had pled not guilty. His legal team had claimed the DOJ had made a number of mistakes, including that the person bringing the case, Lindsay Halligan, as you mentioned, should not have had the job. A federal judge agreeing today, writing that Halligan, the interim U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, had secured this indictment unlawfully because she was unlawfully serving in this role. She was also facing questions about what materials the grand jury saw and whether a final indictment had actually been presented appropriately for a vote. Also in Virginia, but down in Norfolk, the DOJ was charging Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, with mortgage fraud. The government had claimed she was able to secure a favorable rate on a second home down there, but she had not filed the proper paperwork, basically had lied on that paperwork, and she had never occupied it as a primary or secondary residence. Basically, they accused her of using it as a rental property, but she got a lower mortgage rate. She had pled not guilty to those charges while she was down in Norfolk, and she had also been quite vocal, saying that this was a political prosecution and that she felt that she was being singled out because of her previous actions against then candidate Trump after he had left office in 2021. So what's next here? Well, the Department of Justice will have a chance to say what they think of the judge's ruling, whether they're going to be pushing for an appeal, and whether or not that they would still try to bring any of these additional cases here. Lindsay Halligan, as I mentioned, is still being questioned about whether or not she is serving appropriately in this role. As you see her right here on her screen, Halligan is likely to have plenty to say as well. There have been some questions about her lack of prosecutorial experience before this case, but the Department of Justice also making it very clear that they want to see these people brought to justice. They felt that there had been wrongdoing here, and we'll look to see what their official comment will be. My colleagues have also reached out to the White House. I'm sure they're going to be reacting in real time today as well. Sandra.
And we are here. We'll be on that. Mark Meredith, thank you very much. John. You bet.
All right, let's bring in Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley. And to kick us off here, I'm reminded that the charges against Comey and Letitia James were ratified by the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, in this ratification that's signed by her, saying, I hereby exercise the authority vested in the Attorney General by law to ratify Ms. Halligan's actions before the grand jury, and her signature on the indictment returned by the grand jury. I mean, did the judge take this into consideration? Can the judge still throw out the cases if they've been ratified by the Attorney General?
He can, in the sense that novelty is not good when it comes to criminal indictments. And there was a lot of novelty in the final day to get this indictment through. They were right up against the clock. And particularly with Comey, they had rejected one of the counts. And so Halligan sort of put together the other two counts rapidly and then submitted that. Now, she and the Department of Justice say that they showed that to two of the jurors, including the foreman, but that the grand jury had approved those two counts. But the biggest problem that the judge saw here is Halligan herself. And this is something that a number of us raised when the indictment first came out. Under federal law, the president has 120 days to use an interim U.S. attorney, an acting U.S. attorney. That time was effectively used up by her predecessor. And reportedly, he was shown the door because he had misgivings about some of these charges. So the judge here is dismissing without prejudice. So that in some ways is a small victory in that this is not the end of the prosecution of James Comey or Letitia James. The question is whether and how they will cure this problem.
What do you believe is, what are we watching for next in all of this, Jonathan?
Well, we're going to wait to see, I think, and we're going to have the answer very soon, whether the Department of Justice is going to go back to the grand jury and try to sort of clean this one up. The key is going to be the status of the U.S. attorney. And that's going to be an issue which they're going to have to address. The court here is saying you simply didn't have this authority. Now, the Justice Department has some good faith arguments that the reading of that law is wrong and that it impedes upon the president's authority. But I think a lot of judges would have raised the same concern. The general view has been that you sort of get one bite at the apple. You've got 120 days.
So we just got this statement in from Letitia James, who said, "I'm heartened by today's victory and grateful for the prayers and support I've received from around the country. I remain fearless in the face of these baseless charges as I continue fighting for New Yorkers every single day." Well, I'm not sure if that will stand if the DOJ finds a way to cure these charges and or the situation and refile the charges. But what would they need to do, Professor, to cure this problem?
Well, first of all, Letitia James might be celebrating a tad too early. The problems here are not with the charges themselves, but essentially with the cop, or in this case, the prosecutor. So the court is not saying that she was innocent of these charges. The court is simply saying that the person who signed off on the charges didn't have authority to do that. So the obvious thing here is to get someone who is lawfully in a position to perform this role. Usually after 120 days, the district court appoints someone as the replacement. They're going to have to work this one out. They're in it's rather uncharted territory here to make sure that the next person who signs is going to be beyond these types of questions. They could also appeal. You know, they're already past the original date, but the argument is that they do have a right to go back to the grand jury. So they may just appeal and say, look, we think we have a good argument here that, yes, there's that 120 days, but we have some rather novel sort of shifts that occurred here that we believe, do not trigger that final date, and that we had the ability to use Halligan in the way we did.
Jonathan, we're just getting a statement from the DOJ, which says it is reviewing options now. And we're also being told that the DOJ literally found out when we did, and they are now going over all the different scenarios. Your reaction to that?
Well, it's fitting because everything about this indictment seems to be rather rushed and improvisational. You know, when the Comey indictment came down, I noted that it seemed sort of disjunctive. I mean, what had happened is they took out this count, and the other two counts didn't exactly fit neatly together. And you got a sense of how quickly they had to get this through. And that, I think, sat badly with this judge. You know, when we're talking about criminal prosecutions, judges really require great specificity and adherence to these procedures. And so I think that the Trump administration may have some, heavy lifting to do if they take this on appeal. But an appeal is an option, and they can seek review as to whether this rule has been too narrowly construed.
Yeah. So let's just go back over the timeline of it. So Eric Siebert was the interim U.S. attorney. He served for 120 days. Then it's my understanding that he was appointed by the court after that, but because he didn't want to follow through with this prosecution, he was removed from his position. And then how did Lindsay Halligan get in there, and why was her appointment illegal, according to the judge?
Well, she was then brought in and given effectively the same status, according to the court, that her predecessor had. And the court is saying you can't do that. You can't daisy chain these acting U.S. attorneys for 120 days each, because that could go on forever. It would gut the purpose of this rule. Now, the other criticisms of Halligan are really not that relevant. You know, the criticisms about how much experience she has in criminal prosecutions, that's really not relevant at all.
Okay, Jonathan Turley on this breaking news for us. We are going to have more and hopefully reaction from the White House here shortly. We'll bring that to our viewers as we get it. Jonathan, thank you.
Professor.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
We're still here? Brother Che.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted.
No.
And we got one more topic. Oh, there's Michael.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jesse, hey, how you guys doing? Sorry to come late.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Shabaka, hi, Brandy.
Hey, I just
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yes.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Letitia James and James Comey's cases being dropped?
Oh man, charges drop against Letitia James. I'm just very curious. I kind of missed the beginning. Who decided to drop the case against Letitia James? Was it the lower court or the Supreme Court?
The lower court.
Lower court. I'm not surprised because I'm not surprised that the lower court decided to drop the case against Letitia James, given the fact that it's a liberal state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really upset Trump.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know it's upsetting Donald Trump for serving the second term, and I could tell you, you know, it's interesting. You remember Jesse, Sabaka, and Brent? Remember Philip Scott said in the beginning of 2025 or before that, when Donald Trump became president, that Donald Trump was issuing a lot of executive orders, right?
Yeah.
Trying to satisfy the base, right? And this was like beginning of January 2025. Now, what is it? Almost a year later.
Right.
Almost a year later, Donald Trump is like falling. I mean, I'm not saying falling like in terms of like he's not going to run for another term, but because the executive order he's been issuing, left and right, is causing a lot of anger and frustration, against, MAGA people, against the MAGA supporters.
Well, they didn't like that with Mandani either.
Oh, it wasn't him in the office?
Yeah, he was meeting with Mandani.
Yeah, I was surprised. Yeah, I was really
really happy.
Yeah, because it's funny because Donald Trump called Mandami a communist, but Mandami's not a communist at all. He's more like a how do I say it? He's more like
he's a socialist. Yeah, he's a social capitalist.
Yeah, social capitalist, right? But it's so weird. I just couldn't picture Mandami shaking hands with Donald Trump. And not only shaking hands with him, but to the Oval Office. So it sounds
looking at the help. He looked like he's waiting on goddamn Trump.
Right, exactly, right. But what sounds to me? It sounds to me that Mandami and Donald Trump are going to work something out when it comes to the border control of New York City.
It's another crime bill coming. It's another more crime bills, more stop and frisk.
This is you get elected.
Yeah, so basically, it's basically that Donald Trump is violating the U.S. Constitution that he swore to uphold.
He didn't swear at all. Remember, he didn't swear. He didn't swear on the Bible. He didn't swear on none of that.
No, I'm talking about when he got inaugurated.
That's what I'm talking about. What did he put his hand on?
Wait a minute. I think you got a point.
Right. But I also knew that Donald Trump was going to issue executive orders very fast, within like 100 days. I've never seen, any presidents in U.S. history issue executive orders like 100 days or less in office.
Yeah.
Yeah, he started issuing executive orders the moment he got inaugurated.
Day one.
200 that first night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As soon as he got inaugurated, he was sitting down there signing executive orders. Now, another thing that was unprecedented is that when Trump got sworn in, notice that he put Biden and Harris on the same helicopter to go take them to Air Force One. I mean, he got them up out of Dodge real quick.
Yep, that fast. Wow, I didn't notice, but
you remember
wow.
how long it took him to leave in 2020?
Yeah,
2021. He did not want to leave in 2021.
Yeah. And then, not to mention, when he did leave, he stole a whole lot of shit out of there. Like all these files he's got in his bathroom in Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
He said he found a picture of FDR, and Mandani was so enamored with the picture.
Yeah, Franklin Roosevelt.
Yeah.
He was the president during World War II. He died in office.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he served for 4 terms.
Yeah, and the cool part about it is that it's very interesting. Like I told old dumb Bunny Sarge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that toward the end of World War II, when Truman dropped those atomic bombs, he dropped them on Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
Yep, and those were black.
My question is, why didn't he drop those damn things on Munich and Berlin?
Because that's Europe.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, our government helped Europe to rebuild.
Yeah.
With our taxpayer dollars. Those like taxpayer dollars have been built at home in America because
you're right. Yeah, that was the Marshall Renewal Plan.
There was like 16 million homes built. That was the biggest building this country has ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was right after World War II.
Yep. After World War II.
A documentary about Skid Row yesterday. And it was like, yeah, we could do it again. We did it after World War II.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about all the housing they're going to have to build in LA. Homelessness.
Yeah, they did, because they did build a lot of homes there in Los Angeles right after World War II. The Baldwin Hills was one of them.
Yeah.
They say, because up there in the Baldwin Hills, all that there was oil fields. That's all that was. That's all you saw out there were oil pumps.
LA went from having 2,000 people in 1800. LA went from having 2,000 people in the mid to late 1800s to having over, what is it now? 7 million people.
7 million.
There's 7 million people living in Los Angeles.
Yep.
Yeah. Let me ask you this.
And 78,000 are unhoused.
Unhoused. Wow, that's a lot. Let me ask you this, Bacc. I know Nevada's cheaper than California. Do you recommend your brothers and sisters to move to Nevada from California?
Yes, I do. The reason being is because one is the homes are cheaper here. Number one. Two is the taxes are not too high here, is because that's where they get because they get all the revenue from the casinos here.
Right.
See what I mean? And and if you saw Goodfellas, everybody's here.
Everybody's there.
Times Frankie Cabonis, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's here.
Right.
You go down there on Fremont Street. You constantly seeing people doing their little acts and stuff like that. But it's the parking in Las Vegas that's kind of a trip. It's not as high as Oakland. Now, in the city of Oakland, you got to pay $30 all day long to park in the city of Oakland in any commercial district. And the whole part about it is, if you don't have the little sticker in your window, then the Oakland police is going to come in and
give you a ticket and tow your car. Right. That's crazy.
Tow your car. And in the state of California, when you go to renew your overpriced auto registration in that damn state, they're going to have that on there where you didn't pay all these tickets and all this old crap. And then they got the fast track, man, when you go across the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate Bridge. And that reminds me, because I did cross the Bay Bridge, so I know I got something in the mail to pay them. Yeah, $8 toll. You say?
Right. The reason I asked this question because I'm sure you know Donovan Sadiq, who works with Dimitri K, called Dimitri K. Donovan Sadiq. You know, I think it's every weekends, every weekdays, on 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time / 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I told Donovan Sadiq, I said, Donovan, why not move from California back to the south, like New Orleans, Louisiana? Because
he's in. Tell Shabaka where he's at.
Shabaka. So Donovan Sadiq is in Moreno Valley, California, dominated by Hispanics in the city council and mayor, right?
He's out there in Riverside County.
Right. And I seen Donovan getting frustrated, ranting, right? And which is fine. I'm like, and how Phil Scott is about solutions, right? Because Phil Scott said, how can we make sure our brothers and sisters don't get frustrated every day? With the border crisis in California, gentrification, the solution is move back to the south or move to Nevada. And Donovan Sadiq said, I disagree with Philip Scott that our brothers and sisters should migrate back to the south or move somewhere closer, because we built California. And I know sometimes Donovan is very passionate about California. He doesn't want to lose so much that has been lost already by gentrification, immigration. And I've been telling Donovan Sadiq so many times, he's like, Donovan, you definitely can afford to move. Like, you don't have to worry about ranting every day, getting frustrated because the mayor, city council are not.
In hell, I would live there.
Right.
It's too expensive.
Right. And
you can make $100,000 in California and still be broke.
Exactly. Yeah. And how would you convince Donovan Sadiq? Because I know he's a very diehard California native or resident. And he does.
The cost of living in the South is a lot cheaper than there.
Yeah, and he knows that for sure. But you know how Donovan is like,
and you be paying less taxes too.
Mm-hmm.
But the South is too humid in the summer months. The South is way too humid.
Yeah, but in terms of economics, Shabaka, the South is a lot cheaper than California.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it seems to me because Donovan's like, because Donovan's like, in the South is too slow. He doesn't like the slow pace.
Yeah, it is slow.
It's not that slow.
But it's not compared to California.
Right.
California is it's like New York.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Los Angeles is like the New York of the West Coast.
Yeah. And it's and same thing with the reparations perspective, same thing. Enzo Nirvana doesn't want to move out of California either, back to the South or somewhere where the cost of living is much cheaper, affordable. So I feel like it's
Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. So I feel like it's two against. Yeah, I feel like it's like 2 against 1.
Yeah.
If you got a foothold in California already, where you've been living there successfully, working successfully, like regardless of what you're able to make it, like with the way it is and the way it's moving, then those type of people are hard pressed to move elsewhere because they've already done a lot of work to get to that level right there. And even if it is frustrating, they'd rather deal with the frustration than start over again.
You can go to the South and be living like a king.
Versus like a motherfucker like me, for example. Yeah, I come from California, I lived in Colorado, but I traveled a lot more than I did in certain areas. Like, like I traveled just as much in all those years as I have probably cumulatively. Not take it back, maybe like 10 years off of how long I've been here.
Yeah.
And I like to travel though, and I like to settle down in certain places like down south, like in Florida, Texas, places like that, because I just feel like that's where I should have been,
Yeah.
Like, have you ever felt like I've been born here? Could have been born here and they've been
Yeah.
I just like a lot of things about certain areas of the South. And I wouldn't have a problem like restarting my life because my life is at a point where I'm at a peak where I could technically restart anywhere if I want to. You know what I mean? within reason, anywhere I can managely like do it with my being on a fixed income, where I'd have to do some research. It wouldn't be about the people. It wouldn't be about, knowing anybody. It'd just be about simple research that I would do, like going to any other state like I have before.
Yeah.
Where in Donovan's case is like, you got to make a certain amount of money to live there in California now. And
the cost of living there is real high.
Yeah, if you got a foothold, meaning
tax is real high there.
I mean, a 1-bedroom is $3,400.
It's crazy, yeah. And I see like Donovan, like,
oh right,
yeah. If you're in a house, the house is $1 million.
He said that $1 million.
That's how much the houses are in California.
Yep.
House.
$1 million homes.
Yeah, that's about right.
What I'm saying is, he could have another house, like some, like it could be different for him. What's going on in his pocket? He could have a generational house. He could have something else. Could have got one when they first was built and took it over.
That same house was worth millions.
Plus
millions of dollars. Yep.
Yeah.
His area median income, his working wage, and his living wage. And if he's able to do all of that, still be able to have a life.
Right, I'm just concerned. Right, I'm just concerned because Donovan is outnumbered by Hispanics in Moreno Valley, California, and I don't want him to feel like stressed out every day because it's not good. It's not good for his health. You know what I mean? Every day you go into the city council yelling, complaining to the mayor.
Yeah, he does have a maid.
He does have a maid, right?
I don't think so. I know he lives by himself, or unless he has like a girlfriend. I don't know for sure, but I do know for sure that he is.
Is he in an apartment or he has a house?
He lives in a house. Remember in the clip he sold a video of his house, but he didn't show the entire view of his house. Just like his family room, kitchen, garage. He has a deck. I know he lives in a house in Moreno Valley, California.
Yeah.
He lives by himself as of now.
Yeah, that's in Riverside County.
Yeah, it's in Riverside.
Been like that. Been Chicago, Hispanic, populated for a long time.
Yeah.
A lot of the little areas were like a lot of the little municipalities, townships, and stuff like that. Was kind of leaning in that direction. But I know Moreno Valley has been like that. He's not outnumbered because there's always Black people around. Yeah,
I mean, I understand, right, of course, but I'm just saying, like, because, right, as the trend, because
he knows what he got into. That is
Right.
not
Like he could have moved to Fontana. He could have moved to Ontario.
Florida. He could move to like Florida,
to San Bernardino.
Fontana having Black people. Come on, guys.
Yeah, but there's also a problem too in
Pomona.
California. It's becoming more gentrified. It's someone said in California that the number of Black population is declining to it's continuing to decrease every year and very fast.
Yeah, it is. And the reason why it's decreasing is due to incarceration of Black men, homicides, police killings, mass incarceration.
You just got back, Shabaka. What's it looking like?
It's fucked up.
Yeah,
California, it's looking like straight shit, Although I didn't go through Los Angeles, I was up in the Bay Area mainly. But Oakland, California, Sheila Jackson, Barbara Lee. They need to recall her ass, is because she's got people paying $30 to park.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so that's $30 a day less for all the businesses right there. So that's kind of productive, to economical development.
Right.
It really is.
I feel like
and then a lot of the businesses they close, and then there's a T-Mobile over there. The T-Mobile that's in the building that's on the bottom floor. It used to have a boxing gym above it. Guess what they got above it?
San Pablo or Telegraph?
No, this here is off of let me see. This is off of right by okay, what's the street that goes by Lake Shore?
Lakeshore.
Lakeshore, yeah, Lakeshore and Grand. But do you know what they put up there, man, in place of the boxing gym?
What they put?
The LGBT Center.
In California?
Jesus Christ.
No, this is in Oakland.
Oakland.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. They put down the alphabetized agenda above a T-Mobile store, right? Okay. That used to be a boxing gym.
Oh, God.
So you went from boxing to alphabetized network.
Damn.
And you had a former world heavyweight champion that started his boxing career in Oakland. Guess what his name was?
What?
George Foreman.
George Foreman.
Wow. Gosh.
Yeah.
When I think of California, I think of California like a foreign country. Then I'm in the States.
Oh, God. It's his own planet.
Yeah.
It's his own planet, Michael. I mean, Los Angeles is fucked up. You got Google cars going around in circles and shit.
Right.
Okay, because what they're doing with LA, man, they're getting ready to revitalize it, man, for the 2028 Olympics. Right?
Right.
Yeah. So, and what happens is when they getting ready to have the Olympics coming to town, because I was living in LA in 1984, right? So they start doing all the work on it, man, like about 4 or 5 years in advance of the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
See? So what that's gonna cause is more high ass rent. They're gonna tear down a lot of low income places around the LA Coliseum, man, and they're gonna put condos up on them.
Right. Oh man,
They need to do something with that damn Coliseum, Shabaka.
yeah, that Coliseum's like outdated. It needs to be. It has. Yeah. My
No,
God.
no. Hold on. Whoa.
Go ahead.
Let me
Go
tell
ahead.
y'all some of- Okay, the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum is a National Historical Landmark. The reason why Al Davis had moved the Raiders out of LA and back to Oakland because the LA Coliseum sits 130,000 people, right, at full capacity.
Yeah.
Al Davis wanted to take some of the seats out of the Coliseum and make it a seating capacity for 70,000. Now, he had 4 bodies that he had to deal with. He had to deal with the city of Los Angeles. He had to deal with the state of California. Then he had to deal with the feds, you see, it's because it's a national landmark. And he had to deal with the U.S. Department of Interior, and he wanted to cut out 20,000 seats, and all of those bodies told him, hell no, is because the seating capacity of the Los Angeles Coliseum is 110,000 people.
That's a lot of damn people.
Like the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Another national historic landmark is the Rose Bowl because they played about 3 Super Bowls there.
Yeah.
You say? And the Rose Bowl sits in what's the name of the damn park? It's in the city of Pasadena.
Yeah.
I know that. Okay. I forgot the name of the park, but they always play the Rose because they've been playing the Rose Bowl football game there since like about 1900 something, because the Rose Bowl is the granddaddy of them all, as they call it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh, I know the name of
it is right now.
Oh, the name of the stadium in Pasadena, California, is called the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Where the Cowboys and the Buffalo Bills played on January 31st, 93.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys smashed the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
I saw that. As a matter of fact, Mad Dr. D, you know, he has family who lives there in Pasadena, and he had a sister who lived right around the Arroyo Seco, around the Rose Bowl. So it was interesting watching the Buffalo Bills get smashed, and then when these people are going back to their cars looking so sad, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's a trip. You know what I mean? Yeah, looking so sad. And then when I was living in South Central LA by the LA Coliseum,
The question was, did you see more Hispanic people than black people?
This time.
Say that again.
Did you see more Hispanic people than black people?
This time.
Yeah, in Los Angeles, yeah.
But not in Oakland?
Okay. No, this was in LA, but in Oakland, you still saw a lot of us there in Oakland. Because after all, it is the birthplace of the Blacc Panther Party.
Yeah.
But what you saw a lot of was a lot of these effeminized males too.
Man.
Oh man, I didn't know California's LGBT is very statewide.
More black people in Oakland than LA.
Yeah, it is. And then also too, Michael, the alphabetized agenda, man. See, they got an economical base now.
Oh my God!
It's called Silicon Valley.
Guess how cold it is right now, Shabaka?
How cold?
Yes.
40
in
degrees.
Denver,
Yeah. No
they're
cold.
they're about 18, 19 degrees this time of the year.
Oh my God, you're close, Shabaka.
16 degrees.
No, it's warmer than that.
Oh, 17.
Warmer.
19.
Warmer.
23.
Close. Really, really close.
Okay, so maybe 22, 24, right?
24.
Mine
Yeah.
is 18.
Okay, so which means is that you could take your glass of water, throw it out there in the street, and it will be ice before morning.
18. Yours says 18. Hell no, it is not no 18 degrees outside.
Man, you guys it's ice cold right there. You all got that damn polar bear weather.
I'm sure the Broncos don't mind the cold weather, Jesse.
No, we don't. We're used to it.
Man, put them ponies back in the barn,
Keep
man.
the masqueraders in the bottom of the hole to shit where they belong.
Man, the masqueraders, I told them to change their fucking name or leave town.
I got a new name for the Raiders. Hey, Sabaka. The Raiders. I have a new name for the Raiders in Las Vegas. They should be called the Las Vegas Rockets. How about that? As a football team.
The Las Vegas Rockets?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess that's as fair as name as any, Mike, but they need to drop the name Raiders. They
They
need
already
to
got
drop the logo.
the Houston Rockets. Oh,
Yeah. Or
that's
I even heard
The Houston Rockets was the basketball team.
Yes.
I know, but
Yeah,
that's
that's the
only
basketball
Rockets.
team,
That's the
the
only
Houston
Rockets.
Rockets.
It's a Rocket team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, but what the Raiders need to do is leave town or change their name.
Where are they going to leave to? Nobody wants them.
Oklahoma. Maybe Oklahoma.
Where they?
Oklahoma.
I mean, California. I mean, the West Coast has so many sports teams that make up statewide. Everywhere I go to California, I see.
Except the Bay.
Yeah.
The Bay only has the Warriors.
49ers.
The Warriors
49ers.
and the Giants and the A's. No,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Hold it. No, Oakland was losing the A's. The A's is coming out here to Las Vegas.
Yeah, Las
Oakland ain't
Vegas.
got no teams no more.
Yeah, because they already bounced the wrecking ball off the hacienda, man, and they started building the A's stadium now.
Yeah. What do you think about Jerry Rice being the Raiders head coach in Las Vegas?
They're gonna make Jerry Rice the head coach of the Raiders in Las Vegas.
Yeah, because Jerry Rice is like, I know how to motivate, players by emphasizing work ethic. In other words, Jerry Rice is very like, you've seen Jerry Rice in practice or in film, like he's very aggressive with his teammates, going the extra mile.
And then Jerry Rice played all the way up to that he was 42 years old as the wide receiver. That might be a wise choice.
Right. Maybe he could bring in I'm trying to remember his former teammates who used to play with Jerry Rice. Oh, Bill Romanowski. How about that?
Oh my God.
I remember him.
Yeah, I do too. Shabaka. He played for both of our teams.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like Lyle Zato did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting is that there's a nickname for Bill Romanowski. They call him the Super Bowl champ. Super Bowl, what is that? The nickname? Oh, Bill Romanowski knows Super Bowls. Get it? He takes his team to the Super Bowl every 4 or 5 years.
Oh yeah.
And they end up winning.
Romanowski.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember Romanowski.
Bad racist white boy.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if Bill Romanowski voted for Donald Trump twice in 2016. No, I'm sorry, 3 times. 2016, 2020, and 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait a minute, Michael. You're right. That fool was in 3 elections.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. But I'm saying like Bill Romanowski. Yeah. When I read about him, Bill Romanowski punched his teammates.
Yeah, he was a beast.
Yes.
He was definitely a savage.
Yeah, and they also got criminal charges called battery for that kind of shit too.
Yep. Yeah, and Bill. Yeah.
All right, let's go on this video.
Go ahead. Yeah.
The White House is supportive of the Department of War's investigation into Senator Mark Kelly. And I think what Senator Mark Kelly was actually trying to do was intimidate the 1.3 million active duty service members who are currently serving in our United States Armed Forces with that video that he and his Democrat colleagues put out. Senator Mark Kelly well knows the rules of the military and the respect that one must have for the chain of command, and that all lawful orders are presumed to be legal by our service members. You can't have a functioning military if there is disorder and chaos within the ranks, and that's what these Democrat members were encouraging. It's very clear, and not a single one of them, since they've been pressed by the media, and I'll give you credit for that, can point to a single illegal order that this administration has given down, because it does not exist. They knew what they were doing in this video, and Senator Mark Kelly and all of them should be held accountable for that.
That's what the hell happened to William Kelly.
No, because Lindsey Callaghan was legally appointed. And that's the administration's position. I know there was a judge who is clearly trying to shield Letitia James and James Comey from receiving accountability. And that's why they took this unprecedented action to throw away the indictments against these 2 individuals. But the Department of Justice will be appealing very soon. And it is our position that Lindsey Callaghan is extremely qualified for this position, but more importantly, was legally appointed to it. Steve.
President's Letitia come to the United States this week. Are there a couple you mentioned on the boxing, a couple points?
Yeah. So there are no plans at this moment in time. As you know, things can change very quickly around here, so we'll keep you all apprised, but there's no meeting scheduled right now. As for where we are, I spoke with Secretary Rubio at length. I spoke with the president as well. Everybody inside feels optimistic about what happened and transpired yesterday in Geneva. Secretary Rubio, Special Envoy Witkoff, the whole team really worked through the points of that 28-point peace plan that the United States authored with input from both sides, the Russians and the Ukrainians. And ultimately, the vast majority of these points have been agreed upon. The Ukrainians have worked on language with us together, and you heard that from their delegation directly yesterday. So we feel as though we're in a very good place. Of course, we have to make sure that all of these points are agreed to. And then, of course, we're going to have to make sure the other party in this war, the Russians, agree to them as well. But I think the president deserves a great deal of credit for the amount of energy and effort he's put into trying to bring these 2 sides to an end of this war. He wants to see this killing stop. As for any deadlines, he wants to see this end as soon as possible.
Is the president more determined to go after Tish James and James Comey?
Go ahead.
Is the president more determined to go after Tish James and James Comey?
Excuse me. I'm answering a question from you.
Looked at me. I'm sorry.
I turned and looked at you because you're yelling. I will take a question from your colleague, and then I'll take your question too. Okay? Go ahead.
Bitch. No, it's the sister that asked that question.
I don't want to detail sort of the technical talks that are happening right now, but there are just a couple, and we're confident that we'll be able to work through those. The president's been putting a lot of pressure on both leaders for this entire time. We've been talking with both sides. He's been talking to both leaders directly for 10 months now. So yes, you can expect that pressure to continue. The president wants this war to end.
Caroline, is the president more determined now, since the judge's ruling today, to go after James Comey and Tish James? And if so, why?
I wouldn't say he's going after them. I think the president is more determined than ever to see accountability in this country, yes, and to correct the wrongs of the weaponization of our justice system that we saw under the previous administration and Joe Biden.
Are we entering a new phase of Venezuela, and what does that entail?
Well, as the president is so good at, I'll try to be just as good. I'm not going to broadcast any actions that may or may not be happening with respect to Venezuela. I know I've been very clear about the administration's position, as has the president and his national security team. We view the Maduro regime as being illegitimate, and the president has been very satisfied with the successful strikes against narco-terrorists that are
illegitimate. Don't you know regime change starts at home? You got a fucking regime in Washington now.
We went from one regime to another.
Yeah.
His reaction was, we've seen this before. We've seen partisan judges take unprecedented steps to try to intervene in accountability before, but we're not going to give up. And I know that the Department of Justice intends to appeal these rulings very soon. If they haven't already, I may have missed it.
Yeah, Donald Trump is not that different from George W. Bush Jr. and Obama.
Yeah, well, actually, he's worse than those guys.
Right.
Because, see, he's a 34-count convicted felon. And Trump is real blatant in his racism.
Not to my knowledge. I don't know if that call took place or not. It may have. I can get you affirmative answer on that, Raquel. I know it's of great importance to you for your reporting. As for meetings on Venezuela, there's meetings on a range of topics inside this building all of the time. And the president is constantly apprised of what's going on in the world, what's going on in the news, and he's very well written into all of the things that his team are working on.
You would not go into the points of the disagreement between the two parties in the Ukraine peace process, but how flexible is the president in coming to a deal, and will the Europeans be part of a final negotiation with France?
I think he's been quite flexible already. We've been watching this war go on for 10 months. He's talked to both leaders countless times. Our team has engaged with both the Russians and the Ukrainians extensively. As I said, there is a sense of urgency. The president wants to see this deal come together, and he wants to see this war end.
I wanted to ask you, is it MAGA to support American workers being replaced with H-1B visa holders? Are Americans not capable of filling most of these positions?
Who supports American workers getting replaced?
I know the president mentioned that he wanted to bring in some workers that he could eventually send back in regards to...
The president does not support American workers being replaced. You are mischaracterizing what the president said. The president wants to see our American manufacturing industry be revitalized better than ever before. That's part of what he's doing with his effective use of tariffs and cutting good trade deals around the world. That's why he's recruited trillions and trillions of dollars in investments into our country. Those are creating good paying American jobs right here at home. As for the H-1B visa issue, the president has a very nuanced and common sense opinion on this issue. He wants to see if foreign companies are investing trillions of dollars in the United States of America, and they're bringing foreign workers with them to create very niche things like batteries. He wants to see that at the beginning to get those manufacturing facilities and those factories up and running. But ultimately, the president always wants to see American workers in those jobs. And he's told these foreign companies that are investing here, you better be hiring my people if you're going to be doing business in the United States. So there's been a lot of misunderstanding of the president's position. Michael. I won't get into the details of the conversation this morning other than what the president put out on Truth Social. He put out his own readout of that, and I will leave it to that. But I did speak with him about the call. It lasted about an hour, and it was a very positive call. The focus of the call was really Russia, Ukraine did come up, but the focus was mainly on the trade deal that we are working on with China and those relations and how they are moving in a positive direction. President also addressed our farmers, and we are pleased with what we've seen from the Chinese, and they feel the same way. And the president and President Xi discussed continuing to stay in correspondence following their very productive meeting in South Korea.
Ukraine, the progress that you just laid out change the Thanksgiving Day deadline for Ukraine to come to an agreement, or does the president still want something more definitive by Thursday? And then on the Comey and James case, does the president still have confidence in Lindsay Elliott?
Absolutely, he does, to your second question. As for your first question, with respect to the deadline, the president wants to see this deal come together as quickly as possible, and he trusts that his team is doing everything they can to get it over the finish line.
Does the president support Israel's elimination of Hezbollah chief of staff Ali Dagda yesterday? And is he in favor of Israel blocking Hezbollah from growing again?
I haven't spoken to the president about that strike specifically, but of course the president supports Israel's right to defend itself and to take out any terrorist threats in the region. Jake? I know there's been a lot of reporting on this from yourself as well, Jake, over the last few days. I will tell you that healthcare is a topic of discussion that's happening very frequently and robustly inside the West Wing right now. The president's very much involved in these talks, and he's very focused on unveiling a healthcare proposal that will fix the system and will bring down costs for consumers. As for the details of those discussions, I'll let the president speak for himself. As you all know, sometimes you report things and then President Trump comes out with an announcement, and those things are not always true from what you hear from sources inside the building. So I'll let the president speak for himself. Sure, go ahead, Kara. Any comment from the White House on that? I think talk is cheap, and I think that the president is going to judge Mamdani by his actions that he takes to New York. The meeting was positive, as you heard from the president last week, and I think the fact that the president is willing to meet with somebody who said those types of things about him shows that he really is interested in being a president for all Americans, regardless of where they live or who their leader is. He wants what's best for New York. He loves New York City. He helped build the skyline. He spent his whole life there. And so he really wants to see New York do well. And so that's how that meeting played last week. Caroline. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. There are a few Republican senators who are critical of the 28-point police plan, including Senator Rounds.
Who was in the building? McConnell.
What do you say to senators who say that this is giving too much away to Russia, and has Russia made any concessions as it relates to a possible peace deal concerning ending the war in Ukraine?
I would point any critics to the words of the Ukrainians yesterday, in which they said that they feel very positive about this plan. They've been very involved. They have had direct input on the language of this plan, and that we are in direct communication and correspondence with them. Any idea, let me just finish with this. The idea that the United States of America is not engaging with both sides equally in this war to bring it to an end is a complete and total fallacy. And I saw a lot of misinformation and rumors and allegations against people in this building, such as Secretary Rubio and Special Envoy Wynkoff and the president himself, that they are favoring one side over the other. That could not be further from the truth. I have watched have worked around the clock overnight with both sides on endless phone calls, endless meetings to try to bring this war to a close. And any suggestion otherwise is a complete misunderstanding of the facts. It's coming from people who have no idea what they're talking about, or people who are pushing their own agenda, or maybe people who don't want to see this war come to an end. I don't know. Maybe they're profiting off of it. Maybe they benefit from it in some way, but nobody in this building benefits from war. We want to see this war come to an end, and that's what the president and his team are proudly working to do. And I think the critics should just take a step back and think about what happened with Israel and Gaza. There were a lot of doubters, and we got the hostages out, and this president secured a peace deal that still exists and is ongoing today. So everyone should just respect the work this administration is doing and watch the process unfold. Thank you.
They need to throw that motherfucker's ass on Alcatraz Island.
Yeah, and also, you know, Donald Trump has no intentions of really incentivizing, you know, foreign companies to hire American workers.
No, he doesn't.
Okay, that too. He does. Actually, Donald Trump is wants all this shit to go AI. You see,
right?
You know, him and Stinky Bird.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. The MAGA, you know, the MAGA supporters still believe in Donald Trump creating jobs for American workers by importing foreign businesses.
Dumb as a box of rocks.
It's starting to affect them little by little.
Yeah, and that's why I refer to him as the dumb and the human shit.
Yeah, you know that video. You know that lady speaking on camera, right, at the press conference. She was like very rude to the black.
Yeah, yeah, she was. Oh, racist ass bitch.
Yeah, if you were that black, hey Jesse, Sabaka, and Lady Tay, if you were that reporter, how would you respond?
I would have cussed that bitch out.
I would continue to talk loud.
I would have my job that day.
I like this is the outside.
That ragged ass Ann Coulter, who was supposed to go up there to UC Berkeley, me and Jesse was gonna go see her.
All I hear is talking.
But then I had that COVID bullshit. And then Gavin Newsom was putting the state of California on lockdown, but he's up there partying in Napa Valley at his wife's birthday wearing no mask.
Let's go to the White House right now, where President Donald Trump has more harsh words for House Democrats. So get this. The president is angered by a Washington newspaper's report saying that some Democratic lawmakers released a video urging members of the military to ignore unlawful orders. In fact, look at this. Trump said on Truth Social this morning, "This is really bad and dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors. Lock them up." And then a short time later, the president finished with this thought: seditious behavior, punishable by death. Heavy words there. Let's talk about it. CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman joins us now from the White House. So, Willie, take us through what prompted these posts from the president. He is clearly triggered by something.
Yeah, that's right, Reed. Well, this video was posted on social media. Democratic lawmakers who also served in the military posting this message to troops, saying essentially that they don't have to follow an unlawful order. Then you saw Trump's response, posting
military are required to disobey unlawful orders.
Calling for
that's what that was about.
Officials saying that their behavior is seditious and punishable by death. From House Democratic leadership who are calling on the president to take this post down. They go into the statement. They say they condemn the president's disgusting and dangerous death threats against members of Congress and call on the House Republicans to forcefully do the same. They then go on to, as I mentioned, call the president to take the post down, calling it an unhinged social media post, and for him to recant his violent rhetoric before someone gets killed. Now, I'll note
and you motherfuckers ain't starting
Speaker Johnson, the leader of the Republicans in the House, is also responding to this well. When he was asked about the punishable by death part of the president's statement, he essentially said that the president was defining the crime of sedition. He then goes on to tell reporters in this exchange there on Capitol Hill that it was wildly inappropriate, talking about the video that was put out by the Democrats, and that the DOJ and the Pentagon are reviewing the matter. So a lot of moving parts with this developing story, and we'll of course monitor it. And I anticipate
I'm gonna bid you all a good night, man.
About this,
thanks for having me on.
In the next coming
minutes.
Once we see her, we'll of course bring any developments.
Y'all have a good night.
And we are there. Willie James Inman, thank you so much for that report from the White House.
I wonder why he left.
Well, he was getting tired anyway.
I'm tired.
Okay. That all about you, right?
I'm surprised she lasted
Lady
that
Tay,
long.
how you doing?
I'm back. I know I'm not walking by.
Yeah. The fucking crew gonna run Lady Tay off yesterday.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Jesse, Lady Tay. So when Letitia James found out her charges were dropped against her, was she lucky, or it was just like merit?
No, she was lucky.
She was lucky.
Lucky?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
She was just who was chosen by white supremacy.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
Okay. I didn't catch none of that because what kept talking. I didn't know why they dropped it. Why the
I ran Lady Tay off yesterday. What the hell?
Let's go to the White House right now. The president.
The judge wasn't fit.
You can't run me off today.
It's a new day. It's a new.
I wouldn't even say like I was.
And do you honestly think this was like a wake up call for Letitia James to like, hey, next time?
No. Ain't no next time. There is no next time for Letitia James. It's over.
President Donald Trump said today the behavior
of Colorado Congressman Jason Crow and 5 other Democratic veteran Congress members is punishable by death. The behavior in question is this video to our military.
You all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
The 6 Democratic lawmakers in the video, which now has over 1 million views, are all veterans and national security professionals. Crow, a former Army Ranger, says they're simply reminding our troops about their oath to the Constitution and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Those are the laws that state military members must obey any lawful general order or regulation. This morning, President Trump wrote on Truth Social that the video was, quote, really bad and dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors. Lock them up. President Trump then followed up with, quote, seditious behavior punishable by death. Now, the White House did say later in the day that the president does not want to execute members of a Congress. It's also not clear how the Trump administration could punish the lawmakers for their free speech. I reached out to Congressman Crow's office today to ask what specific unlawful orders they are concerned about. He wasn't available for an interview and instead released this video.
It's very telling that President Trump and those around him think it's criminal simply for asking people to follow the law. This moment requires moral clarity. Every American, regardless of your background, should unite and reject his calls for political violence.
God,
Yeah, whatever, Jason Crow.
you're like this was I don't understand.
You know what's so interesting? I noticed that the Democrats, when they're in trouble right now, I noticed that they always compare to black voters. Black voters, we need you. Please, you guys are front and center. Especially when they tell Tyrone and Kisa, who are like diehard, Democratic voters, right? And because the Becky Democrats and the Brad Democrats, because they know that they're weak without the black voters. So it's like I always feel like in football, right? You know how the coaches want to use the big guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they want the big guys to get hurt on purpose.
Yep, on purpose.
Yeah, and oh my God, when I see Democrats still pandering and not offering substance, to me it's like watching. I feel like I'm watching a comedy as opposed to like watching.
It really is. It really is like a down comedy reality TV show.
I think that they ain't bodied over here, so they need to stop doing it.
Right.
Stop doing any of this crazy shit that they're talking about because they're not bodied over here.
They're not about it.
Not at all.
Been about it.
Not at all. Like, you come on, cuz. Are you trying to get everybody court-martialed or fucking put in prison or whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna do the most.
Bro, what was they saying, Jesse? We can't even do the jury nullification outside courthouses.
Yeah.
Right. And that's a thing, right?
Yep.
And they're telling the military not to follow orders.
Yeah.
Well, what the hell is this?
Makes no sense.
Like this
That's
is
why Trump said that shit's punishable by death.
What are you talking about? Like what? Go slap grandma. That's what you're saying.
Yep.
Like go slap grandma. All right,
That's the
try
order.
Right.
You ain't gonna get a plate tomorrow.
I think Donald, you know what it is. I think what it is that Donald Trump wants to go back to the time in the 1950s, so even the 1800s, where it's okay for men to, to humiliate women.
Nah, they're doing that. They're doing that in India today. They're doing that in India today. A woman can't walk around India and not get raped.
Right. I'm saying like that's what's trying to make it more blatant, more open. You know what I mean? As opposed to covert.
Yeah.
Man, we was cool in the 50s. We're cool in the 60s, 70s, 80s. We're cool right now. Right here in America, we're cool. We're just fine. But we need them people to cut the check because they've been trying us too much.
Right. I agree. Definitely.
We're
100%.
cool. We're cool. We're cool. You get me? Like I haven't. All they got to do is just leave us alone.
Right.
Yes.
We're cool. We're just fine. We'll be able to make our own. We're fine. We can fix cars, build cars, invent the internet, stop signs and railroad crossings and toilets.
Yeah.
We're just fine.
Right.
Just leave us alone and cut the check.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
We'll make the greatest music for the culture. We'll make we'll wear the best clothes for everybody, and everybody will copy us.
Yeah.
We'll make the best cars. We'll make the cars look the best.
Yeah.
Low riders, rims,
some
chains, everything.
Some cheddar had the audacity, cheddarosity to say, "Oh, where's your car company?"
Oh, which one?
That's what I was like.
Like which one? Ford?
I said immigrants built this country. FBA built the country.
Oh, what was the other? The Parson? Wasn't it a Parson one? Wasn't it another car company that came out before Henry Ford?
Yes, Patterson.
Yeah, Patterson.
General Motors, Chevy, Chrysler.
Did the assembly line before Ford did, right?
Right.
We had aircraft before the Wright brothers, but even though my grandmother descends from the Wrights in North Carolina,
word.
You get me?
For real?
Yes.
Okay.
But we still had aircraft in Louisiana and Texas before the Wright brothers did that shit.
Yep, and we had our own airline too, Piedmont Airlines.
Illinois, Robbins, Illinois, Dalton.
Robbins. Yep.
First black airline, airport airline, everything.
Right, and you guys were
when white people didn't have it.
And so you guys were the original creators, and then other groups followed. And unfortunately, other groups did not give credit to American freedmen. So that's why
I think
we had our own car company, our own bus company, our own.
Like we invented the toilet, the internet, everything. We invented everything. So like, hey brother, what's your name?
Yeah,
my name is Michael.
Michael? Hey, Michael, I'm Raymond.
Raymond, nice to meet you.
All right. You as well. Do you know the story of like King Arthur?
King Arthur,
like from England, and he was taught by Merlin, like he's the son of Merlin. And Merlin came from across the sea. He's a bard, a magi, a scientist, like everything.
Yeah.
He can sing, he can dance, he knows magic, he knows science. Which, magic is science, right?
Right.
Merlin is us. Merlin is FBA.
Yep.
You get me? He's the kingmaker. That is us. We're the kingmakers. Our swing vote. Yep. You're president or not.
Special sauce.
Yep.
Right. That mild sauce.
Yeah.
And you know how we got different ones. Chicago, Detroit.
Yep.
Right. All right. I'm done, Jesse. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, we're done. We're done. So I'm about to end the show. You got the very tail.
My bad.
But Lady Chase about to go live after this, so just stick around. There'll be another live.
Oh yeah. Oh Jesse, are you a Rockies fan?
Hell no. I was. They're trash.
What happened to your What happened to your Colorado Rockies last season?
Man, don't get me started on them.
Oh, maybe no air up there. That's why they can't play baseball.
Maybe they need TD.
Ain't no air up there.
They need Terrell Davis. How about Terrell Davis managing the Rockies? How about that?
I mean, something. They need something.
Do y'all even play Chicago?
Yeah, we played the Cubs.
Oh yeah, man. You know you got I don't want to go to.
You
gotta go through Boys Town to get to. You gotta go through Boys Town to get to a Cubs game.
I was with Ray.
Yeah.
I'm not going over there.
My grandpa was a Cubs fan.
Cubs fan.
Hey, I'm not going over there to a Cubs game. Now, look, a Sox game.
Yeah,
that's on the south side.
Yeah,
right, like 53rd or something like that. 47th or something.
Yeah, it's by Midway.
No, it's off I-57. It's right off the E-way on the south side.
Oh, okay.
So like you in the hood at a Sox game, you'll be feeling comfortable as hell there. But going to a Cubs game, you got to park all the way and then walk through Boys Town.
Oh man, not Boys Town.
Like, why you got shorts on in the wintertime? God damn it. God damn it.
That sound like some Denver shit. I'm supposed to be wearing shorts when it's fucking 20 degrees outside.
And there's all white boys out there like, oh,
Yeah.
no. Oh, no.
The other day, my brother let me go out the house to take for a little stroll around the neighborhood. He let me go outside ashy as fuck. I was like, ashy? And you just gonna let me go outside like this? And he's like, because I had to take her out, you know what I mean? I was like, well, I'm out here. Might as well just go cruise around a little bit, you know?
Now, you know we going to tell the light-skinned jokes on you, Lady Che. Light-skinned people can't be ashy.
Oh, man. I was so ashy at the time.
Oh, they can be ashy. Anybody black can definitely be ashy.
I was fucking ashy.
Hey, Jesse, you know we be telling our dark-skinned, light-skinned jokes about they.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you can't be ashy.
Yeah.
I was pasty, too, because I hadn't been outside in like a little week or something.
Yeah.
In the sunlight. So I started, go into my winter shade of white. So I was like, okay. And I was like looking at my legs. I was sitting there in the sun beaming. Kind of actually looked like a nice day. And I'm like, God damn it, you let me go out the house. That's ashy. Like,
if you ashy light skinned, if you light skinned ashy, then you was really ashy.
Yeah. I was really ashy, dude.
You was really ashy.
The dog can give me anything, everything, right? My shoes, the leash. Tell me when, give me her bowl, grab my hand, right?
Yeah.
The dog does a whole bunch of shit, but you know what the dog didn't do?
The
dog didn't give me no motherfucking lotion. I was like, you can give me every toilet paper off the ground. You're like just shit like
They
that.
didn't bring the lotion.
Yeah,
hey, we got to make an AI video of the dog bringing the lotion.
Like,
yep, I'm gonna help you out.
Okay. Well, can you imagine a dog Can you imagine a dog cooking at the kitchen?
Hell no.
Pets are not allowed in the kitchen.
Right.
They're not allowed in the
That's Black American. Pets are not allowed in the kitchen.
Right.
They're barely allowed in the house, but they're definitely not allowed in the kitchen.
Well, I'm glad your mom let your cat in the house.
No, the cat is outside.
Oh.
See?
So,
I'm gonna mail the cat to Lady Che over there because the cat is
got our
still...
hands full with Amaru and goddamn Khalifa. Amaru is a big ass fucking leopard.
Man, I seen a damn possum outside about to eat Bugsy food.
Oh no!
Hey, look! So my bro Ace, right? I was asking him, "Do you want the cat?" Right? He was like, "Oh hell no, that cat big as hell." Right?
I thought cats are smaller than dogs.
No, but like my cat is big as hell.
This cat is big.
Wow. But it was a possum outside, right?
Yeah.
So I'm coming out to feed the cat, right? And I see this possum sneaking up to the food. I'm like, that's why you acting skinny, Bugsy?
Yeah.
Because you letting all these motherfuckers eat your food?
Yeah.
Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I go outside, the possum just run away. I'm like, Bugsy, you gotta beat that motherfucker.
Right.
You get me? Like, what do you mean?
Right.
Then I'm
he
talking
wouldn't
to
come out his cat house.
Huh?
He wouldn't come out his cat house.
Right. He's letting the possum come up and eat the food, and he's scared to fight the possum.
Oh.
And I'm like, man, go outside. Like my daddy told me when I was 5 years old. Go
Yeah.
outside and ball up your fist as tight as you can and swing it as hard as you can.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, you get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. See what happens.
That don't work. Pick up a brick. Pick up a.
And you see, I picked up even more than that, right?
Once you stop that, it's
Jay, you see, I picked up more than that. I'm still
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, like I'm like, what? I was talking to my cousin. I'm like imagine I gave you $20 to hop on a train to come see me, right?
Yeah.
And then you said I didn't eat because somebody took my $20.
Hold on.
Wait, what?
Hell
go
no.
get that money back.
Right. You better go get that money.
You better. Yeah, I'm gonna buy you another train ticket. And you
Right.
find them.
How can we get here?
Right.
You
Can
gonna
you
go
imagine if your
find
dog?
it?
Can you
I
imagine if
don't
your
care about
dog?
the $20. I'm finna buy you a train ticket. You gonna go find that motherfucker and get that $20 back.
Don't you come
You
home
get
without
me?
it.
That's how Jesse. Ain't that how FBA family
Yeah.
work?
Yes.
Don't come home without it.
Yeah. Can you imagine if a dog ate your homework and you try to tell your teacher, "Oh, my homework was not complete, was not done because my dog ate it by accident." And can you imagine your teacher saying, "No excuse. Your excuse is not. We can't give you an excuse because your dog ate your homework."
No, that's what I'm saying. We've got even worse than that. So you're giving a like you're giving a bland thing. We're saying if I gave Jesse $20 and $150 train ticket to come see me, and he says he didn't eat because somebody took his $20, I'm going to go spend another $200 for him to get back on that train.
Yeah.
And find the damn $20.
Right.
Absolutely no excuses.
Right. None.
We don't do that shit over
We
here.
don't. We don't.
You lost your meal.
Absolutely no excuses.
Right.
You better eat the white.
All right.
Jesse gonna probably pull a $20. I'm gonna be like, is that the same serial number? No, get back on the train.
Right.
You might have to get a flight and run him down. Go
Right.
get him.
Go get that
You get me? Like that's us FBA family. We don't do that shit.
Jim Bob.
Like we don't allow bullies. You get me?
Right.
We don't allow our shit to get snatched.
No.
Hell nah.
We're like, okay, all right, what happened? All right, that's the bus stop.
Look, you learned the
That's
first
the bus
time
stop where they got you. Let's wait for them to come back.
Right.
Go home.
We ain't gonna be right here for them.
You get me?
What's up?
You learned
Just
that.
like we do on Twitter and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who's the tethers? We gonna run you down. Give me your arguments and we gonna.
I think now at this point it's just for your amusement. Y'all like doing this because you already know it's cognitive dissonance. What did I say was cognitive dissonance? Behavior that these motherfuckers are doing. You're doing it intentionally.
Mm-hmm.
So I think now it's intentionally. You're just entertaining yourself at this point. You know what I mean?
You've been off the loop. James Smalls is done.
I heard, man. I saw it and I was just like, yo.
Hey, Chase, remember I'll talk to you offline about this, but remember I told you I got into bro.
Oh yeah.
And then Paul was even like, man, we know how she be doing, but damn it, you just overreacted. And I'm like, no,
not at all.
No. And this is what we're getting, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're saying we're correct.
Yep.
We're just overreacting.
Yeah.
No, we're correct and we're reacting correctly.
Right.
So
Zori's
overreacting.
That same shit too. He was in the
Y'all
one.
let this shit go. Y'all just let this shit go on too long, and we're saying no.
Yeah, now it's starting to come to a head. The correcting is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Really happening. You know what I mean?
It is even interesting. Even like since Donald Trump came to office on January 20th, 2025, I'm seeing more, Asian, Hispanics, white people coming out in higher numbers, which I've never seen before. Because even under Biden's presidency, not too many people were coming out or exposing, bigotry, anti-Black racism, and white supremacy. But
That's in my face right
now. I already smoked that. I've been smoked that.
Anyway.
All right, y'all. So thank you for checking in.
Wait. Ray, are you coming over to the show?
Yes, but don't take 15 minutes.
I gotta take 15 minutes.
All right, well, start it and do a countdown or something.
No, I'm not even going online because I was gonna fix my hair. That's not what I was gonna do. But
I just don't want to fall asleep on you. Like,
you know
give
what?
me like hurry up and start it so I can at least put my shit on the. You know what I'm saying? Like I can at least.
It's already typed up. She just got to get over here while I'm sitting.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Jesse, just want to let you know. So I did follow up with Jonah Goose's staff.
Oh Lord! Speaking of motherfucker that needs some lotion.
Yeah. He does.
And a comb. Well, go ahead. What'd he say?
Yeah. So unfortunately, I have a feeling that Jonah Goose staffers are probably not gonna set up the reparations meeting until I want to say maybe next month, but I try to get the earliest by December 1st, next Monday.
Okay.
If possible. It's been I'll say this, it's been very
council. As long as it's before city council.
When is your city council meeting?
At 3:30 on Monday.
December 1st?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so mine is 2 I put for 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So for you guys in Colorado, it'll be 12 o'clock.
12:30. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, so I'm still waiting. But I highly doubt it. Jonah Goose staffer is going to respond to the email, but it's still pending.
All right.
Okay.
But I also
That's good.
but I also attach a lot of documents too, for reparations using Summer Lee's, HR, I think HR 41 resolution, but it has to include modifications for cash payment reparations for American freedmen of chattel slavery and codifying the language as well. And I was kind of thinking,
it's not race-based, not race-based.
Not race-based, but there has to be a lineage, lineage base for American freedmen. And that's what I was thinking about Jesse and Lady Che. What if you guys could use Mother Fletcher as she was like your aunt who demanded justice?
We don't do that there.
No?
We can't do that. That's cosplay.
Yeah, we don't do that there.
Yeah, we don't do that.
I don't understand. What did he ask?
He said,
like a hypothetical.
Hypothetically, he want us to pretend that we were related to Viola Fletcher.
In regards to pulling our heartstrings and whatnot. We can't do that. But everybody each got their own tale to tell.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, if you dig deep enough, you got enough tearjerkers to last a fucking lifetime. So,
right.
I think that in regards, I kind of have a strategy.
I can just tell my story and it's over with.
Right. That's what I said. I have this little strategy now. I want to take it with Senator Coleman.
Yeah.
But that'll be for as soon as we get offline, I go out to the RBA. Because Jesse wants to end the show.
Yeah, I'm about to pass out.
Oh yeah, I don't want to keep you. Sorry.
I didn't mean to go over there with you, Lady J.
I'm about to start in 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Right, I'll be here.
I know you.
All right. Yeah. So just go over to the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda, y'all.
Okay.
All right. So this is gonna.
Lady J don't never send me a link though.
I don't know how to do it. So you got to get on the thing in this, and as soon as I see you, I'll just drop it.
Yeah, just go over to the RBA in 15 minutes.
Yep. I'll just drop it right there.
Now it's 15 minutes. She just said 10 minutes. Now you saying 15 minutes.
You don't get off the motherfucking internet.
10, 15 minutes.
We could do this. It'd be easier. Okay, go ahead, Jess. Go ahead.
All right. So thank y'all for tapping in to season 11, episode 2 of Shabaka'S Blacc Experience Enhanced in conjunction with the Front Line Blacc News. Join us. Friday join us in 10 minutes for the Revolutionary Agenda, and then join us for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase on Friday at 8 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Mountain, 10 a.m. Central, and 11 a.m. in the East. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment. Chan Krumah and Lady Che signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Oh, peace, love, light, delineations, and Black empowerment. Peace.
All right, good night. Thank you so much, Jesse. Thank you.
You're welcome, Michael.
Thank you. I'll see you guys over there on the other side.
Nice meeting you, Michael. Peace out, Jesse.
Yeah, see you over there.
Nice meeting you as well.